You're unmuted.
Good morning and welcome to the Board of Commissioners meeting for June 10th in the Frank Walter House Boardroom. Roll call, please.
Davis.
Here.
Janat.
Here.
Markey.
Here.
Nye.
Here.
Roloffs.
Here.
Bauer.
Here.
Craig.
Here.
Have a quorum.
You'd stand for the invocation and pledge, and I believe Gary.
Sure. Dear gracious God, as we come before you today to discuss important matters, we ask for your guidance and wisdom. Help us to focus on our community and be thankful for all our blessings. In your name,
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. You hadn't advanced the agenda. I take a motion to accept the agenda unless there's comments to it.
Trigg moves to accept the agenda.
Hercule second.
Okay, again, any comments, changes, additions? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. We have the minutes of May 27th. You've had that in advance of the meeting.
Trigg moves to approve the minutes from the 5/27/25 meeting.
Do I hear support?
I'll support.
Thank you. Bob supports. Questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, we move to our first public comment on items on the agenda. Is there anybody from the public that would like to comment? Please come up to the microphone. State your name and agency or whoever you're representing.
For once, the microphone is up high. Good morning, I'm Judy Van Meter. I'm the clerk for Crystal Lake Township. I'd like to thank you all for inviting us to be here for your study session and specifically the discussion on the Memorandum of Understanding. In the past year or so, Crystal Lake Township welcomed new members to our board and we're learning to move forward as a team. We also made the previous ad hoc Crystal Lake Township Airport Committee a permanent one, which will be the face of the township when it comes to matters of the airport. And I thank Sue Weber and David Spraggins for joining me on the committee. One of the new township board's goals is to form good relationships with other leaders in the community, such as the Frankfort City Council and the Board of Commissioners. To that end, Treasurer Jill Marble and I began attending some of the city council meetings earlier this spring and plan to pop in occasionally to these meetings when our schedule allows. We want to attend for informational purposes, to support our fellow community leaders, and most importantly, to keep the lines of communication open. We'd like to help prevent future discussions like the one that Board of Commissioners had regarding Crystal Lake Township on May 13th. To be honest, it was disappointing and a little frustrating to watch. But anyway, I look forward to, and I know our other board members look forward to getting to know you and also working with you in the future. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for being here, Judy. Anybody else? If not, we'll close public comment and open up public hearing for truth in taxation. This is your opportunity to.
Introduce it. What was it? You want to introduce it?
You can.
So today we're here for our truth and taxation hearing. This is a hearing, public hearing to let the county know that it's our intent to levy the base or the maximum based on Headley. And so based on the calculations this year, that'll be 3.2399.
And just to clarify, when this is published in the newspaper, I know there's a lot of folks in the community who get a little confused because it says that we're raising the taxes, when in reality, we're not. If you were to look at your tax bill from last year, we levied more than the 3.2399. Based on Headley, it is a rollback down to the 3.2399. The language that's in the notice that is published is statutory language. And so we have to say what it says, even though when you're looking at the true numbers, it's not an increase in taxes, but it's an increase from zero. And that's what the language is based off from. So just to be clear there, there's not an increase in the levy. It actually is a decrease from last year.
So I'm glad you comment on that, Katie. And I think that at some point in time, that is appropriate and easier to attend for the public, we should hold a session on how taxes work. Because people hear about reductions, but my tax bill just increased. How does all of that fit together? There may be a limited number of people that have the time to participate, but I'd like to try to make that available if others feel the same way, so we can educate the community about how we really assess taxes.
So I'll take this opportunity then to invite this board, some of you have attended, as well as anyone in the public, and that's viewing. The Tax Limitation Advisory Committee was created by this board to discuss the general operating millage as well as other millage and special millage funding sources for the county. That committee is really looking at what goes into county operations and what we use to pay for those services. They have a meeting scheduled for July 8th at 5 p.m. and August 5th at 5 p.m., both in this room. And I invite anyone from the public to attend those meetings. They are ran like a public meeting, so there are public comment during those meetings. But in that meeting, we kind of get into the weeds on the millages and the tax levies and, you know, how much is 1 mill and what is the taxable value of the county, and those sorts of things. So that would be a great opportunity for the community to come and get some into the weeds on some of that tax levy questions that they have.
I'm wondering if the other commissioners would think it'd be appropriate for us to put something in the paper, inviting people to that. I know that it has to be publicly posted anyway, but those things get lost. But that'd be a great opportunity. I know a couple of commissioners here have sat in those meetings, and this is a really talented group that are discussing these things, asking great questions. Would anybody object if we spend some money to put an ad in the paper inviting people to come?
I think it's a good idea.
Wouldn't object.
We can do that. It's also on the homepage of our website if folks have questions as well. benzco.gov. Right on the homepage, if you scroll down just a bit, latest news, it's a big block, the Tax Advisory Committee. So there's lots of information on there as well for the community, but we'll post something in the newspaper as well.
And I'm glad that we use our website to communicate like that, but the reality is not many people are going to the website probably, so.
Our traffic isn't that bad.
Well, if you carved out all the vendors that are going to that website.
Or employees.
Yeah, right.
Just for clarification, before we leave this, when the statutory language says that this is a tax increase, they're saying that it's an increase from what to what?
So it's an increase from the base tax rate.
The base tax rate to the highest allowable by Headley.
Yes,
Which is a rollback from last year.
exactly.
Kind of in the first whole line of the resolution, 0.17772.
Yeah, that's
But
the,
that was the increase, but just the way it's written
Mhm.
just frustrates me. Read it.
Well, if we can use those meetings as opportunities to educate people, I think that'd be helpful.
Mhm.
And anything else you want to share with us?
nope, I think that is it.
Can I turn to the public that's in attendance? Is there anything that you'd like to offer regarding the public hearing for truth and taxation? Right. And do I need a motion to close that?
No, and then there is a motion in your packet.
All right, so we'll close the public hearing. We'll give you one more shot at it. All right, Brianna, thank you.
Thank
And in your packet, you have a memo on this subject with a recommended motion. Not entertain that, please.
I'll make the motion that the Board of Commissioners adopts Resolution 25-013, Truth and Taxation to adopt the general operating millage rate for Benzie County.
That was Tim Markey.
Davis, a second.
Dave supports. Questions or comments? Hearing none, all the, is that a roll call? Yeah.
Janai,
Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
I,
Yes.
Roloff,
Yes.
Sauer,
Bless you.
Craig,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
motion carried.
Okay, very good. Elected officials and department heads. Would anybody like to step forward? Please.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to give you a quick update on our office. I did include a memo in the packet. It pretty much outlines a lot of the reporting that has been done since April. All of those are then submitted to the state website. So we're right on track with that. Our fieldwork has begun for our appraisal studies. And then a big highlight for me is, and I asked Pat Ralston, she's our equalization technician in our office. She started in mid-March and she has been accepted to the MCAO program. So we're really, really excited about that. And she also was able to receive a scholarship for that class.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you.
There you go. My update.
Green, I appreciate the fact that you've put your report in writing also.
Yeah.
So those that are not in attendance, they can read it if they want. Any questions? All right, thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Sheriff?
Good morning, Sheriff Rosa, Benson County Sheriff. Every year, as many of you know, we have a yearly MDOC comes in and does a yearly inspection of our jail. Make sure that everything is up to par. And I'm happy to announce that on June 3rd, that inspection happened. The regulation agent from MDOC came in. And with a lot of hard work leading up to that by our staff, we passed with all being in compliance with all the regulations through MDOC. So hats off to everyone that was involved in that. As you know, we're operating without a jail administrator. So those duties have been falling on my undersheriff, Greg Hubers, who's with us today, and our sergeants that are in the jail working day-to-day operations. Everybody stepped up and had to get prepared for this, and they pulled it off. I would also note that this is not something that we just get ready for a couple days ahead of time. There are reports that are done daily, weekly, monthly, throughout the entire year leading up to this grand hurrah. So it's not something I take lightly, and I'm very proud of our staff up there, and I appreciate what they do and what they've accomplished to help keep us in the good graces of MDOC. So that's what I've got.
Any questions? Sheriff, if I could.
Good news.
Why don't you just, in a couple of minutes, would you describe to us what they're looking for when they come to do their audit?
So there's things that obviously the state has mandates. We've talked about this before with staffing. We're all familiar with our staffing, things like that, how our jail's laid out and what it takes to be compliant with that. So they look at our health and safety. They look at our kitchen. There's daily reports, there's weekly reports that are done there for sanitary reasons. The overall view of our jail, they look at our the condition of it. They look at our policies and procedures to make sure that they're all up to date. And those are the nuts and bolts of what they're looking for. They go into our procedures as far as our bookings and what we're asking the folks that come in. There are certain things we have to ask, and that we need to ask for safety reasons, for classification reasons. We just can't throw them in all together in one cell, obviously. There's different classification needs that are met by, based on the inmate themselves, you know, what their record is, what they're there for, what their history is. If there's abuse or, you know, drug abuse or alcohol abuse or, you know, history of that, there's medical issues, there's all kinds of things that they look for. They also look at our medical, what we do medically for our inmates and how, if we're held to, because we're held to certain standards that way as well. So all that in total, they look at that and say, we've met all of these different, we've checked all the boxes and we've met all the criteria. So we're in compliance. If one of those things is not, if there's a single thing that is not in compliance, we would not pass. And we would have to address that and then ask for a, you know, a continuation of to revisit that. But we were across the board good. So
Do they also give you any type of scoring or comments on programs you have beyond what they're looking at? As example, when I think about, I believe you have in place that they can continue with their GED.
they don't look at, they do look at that as an overall picture, but it's not something that every jail has to comply with. So it's not something that you either pass or fail in. But they do consider that as a something that we do in addition to the regular day-to-day things.
But that.
Yeah, we've got programs that many others in the state do not offer and don't have. We're very proud of all that.
So that's not one of the boxes they check.
No,
But they do acknowledge it.
absolutely, yes.
And I know that the jail is your responsibility, but in your report, you get a management letter or an executive overview of when they send that back to you?
So basically, I could share with you, and I meant to do it ahead of time with the packet, but I didn't get it in time. It's as brief as you can get as far as on the day of so an inspection of the Benzie County Jail was conducted on June 3rd, 2025 by the Michigan Department of Corrections County Jail Services Unit as provided for by Act 232 of the Public Acts of 1953 as amended being section 791.262 of the Michigan compiled laws. The inspection was conducted by Larry Abraham, a regulation agent with the County Jail Services Unit. And this is where he says inspection findings. On the day of inspection, the Benzie County Jail was in compliance with the administrative rules for jails and lockups. That is the entirety of the report I got back.
So they don't have supporting detail, that's it.
Only if we failed in some way, they would detail what that is. But it's a pass or fail, and if you fail, then there's more to come. If you pass, you're good.
I'm wondering,
It's that simple with them.
could we get a copy of that for administration so we can put
Absolutely,
it in our packet?
absolutely.
All right, so
Yep.
if anybody's interested, we do have members of the public that thumb through that packet electronically and that'd be great.
And I always post the new yearly certificates that we get. I post them up in the lobby as well. So the public can come in and see that. If they're nosing around and want to look at things, it's there. So I'll make sure everybody gets a copy.
Sheriff, how much notice did they give you before they arrived here?
They actually gave us about a week. That's about right, Sheriff? And I was on my way off to the Michigan Sheriff's Conference. But like I said, it's not a surprise. It's just, it could have been a surprise as to what date it would be. But our staff up there is working and striving for this inspection all year. So the date itself could be a oh my goodness, moment for us, but we're ready. We had to make some final things happen, but the sergeants and the undersheriff stepped right into that and got us right there. So
Good.
Yeah.
Other questions or comments for the sheriff? Yeah, Tammy, if we could make that part of the packet, that'd be great.
Yep.
All right.
Send it to me or just give me a copy.
Absolutely. Thank you.
sir.
Appreciate it.
Other department heads? We'll close that section out and go to finance.
Good morning, Kelly Long, County Treasurer. So from May 23rd through June 5th of 2025, we have spent $612,147.26.
Mark, you'll move that we pay the bills in the amount of $612,147.26.
9 seconds.
Questions or comments for Kelly? Hearing none, all. Roll call.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye. Yes. Roloff.
Yes.
Sauer,
Rough the hook, yes.
Craig,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Janai,
Yes.
motion carried.
Approximately what time is our attorney expected to be available?
So I was just checking in my email and he said he'd be here by 9:30, so I would assume any minute now.
By 9:30?
Yeah.
What I'm concerned about is I don't want to jump in to discussions that are going to take more than 10 minutes.
Right.
And the next two are clearly going to do that. I wonder if the board would indulge me, if we could, under new business, we could take up, item B and at least kind of knock that off.
I'm fine with that.
All right? You want to address that, please?
Yep, let me just get to it. All right, so many of you will recall over the last couple of years, we've been working at replacing the rooftop units on top of this building. You will recall at one point there was one that went down and it was a bit cold or hot, depending on the weather outside downstairs for a while because those rooftop units do take some time to get. The final one, which is the largest one that hasn't been replaced, is now failing. And you can ask Tammy Bowers about the coolness in her office because it is failing. And so under our purchasing policy, administration has the authority to make emergency approvals when things are failing. And so what is in front of you today is confirming my action to make the emergency replacement of fixes and replacement of the unit. I just heard from the gentleman this morning and they're able to get the new unit sooner than before if we tweak one spec, which puts the access point on the inside versus the outside of the unit. That'll get us the unit here about 6 weeks quicker. And so it has been temporarily fixed at the moment, so it's functioning a bit better, but not at its proper way. And so what I'm asking today is to approve the use of the capital funds and ARPA funds to replace that rooftop unit. This was something that was budgeted and ordinarily it would have went through the proper buildings and grounds and then here, but because it's failing, I gave the okay to get going on it.
Does any members of the Building and Ground Committee want to make a comment on this?
It is what it is.
Yeah.
I like the motion.
Policy worked the way it was supposed to.
This stuff falls apart.
Please, Gary.
That the Board of Commissioners affirms the emergency action taken by the administrator to accept the proposal from Hearst Mechanical for one rooftop unit of the governmental center in the amount of $74,910 funds available in the capital projects and ARPA funds.
Can I get support?
I'll support.
Bob supports. Questions or comments?
Katie.
Hearing none?
Nye. Yes. Roloff.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Craig,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Janai,
Yes,
Markey,
Yes.
motion carried.
I believe we'd be ready to move into a closed session. Would you read that for me, please?
Sure. So the motion before you is that the Board of Commissioners enter into closed session to discuss an attorney-client privilege financial analysis of liability report communication with legal counsel in connection with the MMRMA claim number 2302757 regarding David Winkle and Benzie County Sheriff's Office as authorized by MCL 1526881H, and that the administrator and sheriff's designee come into closed session.
Can I get support for that?
Who made the motion?
I'll make
I
the
can't.
motion.
I'll second.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Trigg,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
motion carried.
For the public's benefit, we will probably be in closed session about 30 minutes.
You're unmuted.
Okay, we're back in session. Gary, I believe we have a motion.
Read it. Motion is that the Board of Commissioners authorizes the county administrator, under sheriff and chair to negotiate a possible settlement regarding claim number 2302757 David Winkle in the Benzie County Sheriff's Office with Cummings, McClory, Davis, and Acho assigned legal counsel as discussed in closed session.
Can I get support?
Legal support.
You? It'll be roll call?
Sauer,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs,
Yes.
motion carried.
I apologize to you that I've been waiting. We thought maybe we'd be done in a half hour and I just can never get that timeline down, I guess. The next subject we're gonna move into has to do with the airport authority. What we'd like to do in opening that discussion, perhaps, do you want to try to bring us up to speed or?
Yeah, so I actually just quickly connected with the mayor of Frankfurt before we got started. So over the last several months, representatives from the county, the city, and the township have been working through various discussions, trying to come up with a brand new MOU between the three partners. So as you'll recall, there's an original MOU that was put into place way back in the 90s between the city and the county specifically for the airport. And then in 2006, there was approval to add Crystal Lake Township into the relationship for the airport authority. And so what you have in your packet was two renditions of an MOU related to that tri-way relationship. And then there was also one that was passed out on your desk this morning that was received late last night, early this morning. However, we do want to focus on the one that's in your packet that is specific to the three members only. It does not include the authority as a member of signing of that MOU. Just the three members who make up the authority are the ones that would agree to this MOU. And so if you want to get to there in your packet, it'd be the one that's highlighted that says prepared by Cole Stoker. And then I will allow Judy and Mayor Hawerda to kind of go through that agreement and talk about the few tweaks that the two of them were able to put together while we were in closed session as well, which I think will really get us to this great three-way relationship.
Okay.
You want to make a couple of comments. First, Brooke, we will be getting back to the budget before we finish this discussion. So there's actually, we're breaking this out into two sessions.
Yep.
And before we get into the presentation, I need clarification. I understand that what we're going to do is look at a memorandum that was prepared by who?
Cole Stoker, and
Yeah.
then reviewed by Ross Hammersley, which is the city's legal counsel as well.
Okay, because do we understand, can we agree that it is the three owners, the entities that make up this memorandum, not the authority?
The three of us would agree to that if the Board of Commissioners also agrees to that.
Okay. And if that requires some explanation as to why we're in that position, we can do that, but
Say that again.
so the memorandum of understanding is between the three owners. Township, county, and the city.
Mhm.
There has been some discussion that the airport authority would develop a memorandum of understanding. It's my position that's inappropriate. They're an arm of the ownership. The ownership has to approve the memorandum.
Yeah, so in your packet, you see two MOUs. One had the airport as a signing member of the MOU of the relationship. However, in my opinion, my professional opinion, it wouldn't make sense that the entity that the three are overseeing would sign that specific MOU, because what we're agreeing to is to provide, resources and, commitments to that authority. That to me would be some different arrangement, document, and so forth that would come after this MOU, which is forming the relationship to create that authority.
Very good. Thank you.
Does anybody disagree with that position? Ma'am,
Okay,
Mayor?
if you would, Judy is so good about grammar corrections and proofreading, so we've agreed to fix what was wrong of what was sent to you.
Okay.
So here's some of the changes. In the first paragraph, 1, 2, 3, 4 lines down.
First paragraph where?
At the top of the agreement.
So starting on page 52 of our online packet is the
Okay.
agreement that she's referring to.
Okay.
But if you're, if I understand you right, you're gonna remove the airport authority from that first paragraph, correct?
Yes.
Then the and needs to stay in there,
Okay,
Mhm.
because Crystal Lake Township would be the last entity in that statement.
okay. So forget that first paragraph. When it goes to whereas, we're crossing out Frankfurt because that,
Not that one.
not this one. Okay, let me go that one.
Sorry, guys.
What would we do without
This one.
Judy? Okay,
This one right here,
okay. That one's okay.
but you need the rest of it.
Okay, so if we go to the second sentence where it says pursuant to the Community Airports Act, a number was omitted there. What needs to be put in there is 206 of 1957. And then the MCL, that all stays there. So this goes out. Okay, then in the second whereas, where it says FCCAA entered into a memorandum.
That should say the township or. So that would just remove because in 96, it was just the city and the county that entered into this memorandum of understanding for the airport authority.
Right. And then it says understanding regarding the formation of, this is where you cross out Frankfurt, correct, Judy?
Yes.
Yeah.
'Cause that wasn't in the official title of the.
Original.
Of the original. And now going all the way down to now therefore, section 2. Crossing out section. And correcting, it should be 259627. Those numbers got reversed.
We're at.
I'm gonna steal her scratched up one at the end of this.
Okay, when you get done, okay.
It should say MCL 259.627
Okay.
Instead if they
in
have
number
two.
2, in bullet number 2.
That's not what we have.
We
Yeah,
don't
they-
have that.
Oh.
Mm-mm.
I don't know
No
what you guys talking about.
Where are you?
We go, there's one sentence in number 2, and then it goes to number 3.
Right here, this is what.
Mm-hmm.
Or is that in the one that we got this morning?
No,
That probably.
it was corrected in that one, yes.
Oh. So no, we're going off of this one?
Yeah, this it is in.
So this is
hard
kind of what
copy.
led to this conversation. There's a dozen MOUs floating around.
So does it make sense?
These are completely different.
And give
Yeah.
us one?
Well, that's what they're presenting now. But it's this hard copy, not the one that was in the
This
packet,
is where.
the hard copy that was
This
handed
is
out this morning
Yes.
that we should be referring to.
And it should be under ag on this one. So whatever page you're on here. Yeah.
Okay, so I apologize. Go to page 55 of your digital packet.
That's the old.
And now number 2 is where Joanne was just fixing numbers that appeared to be transposed.
And crossing out section, it should just say MCL 259.627.
Can I just draw, if you look at the hard copy, it's all marked up. We can see where the changes are at. You can't see them in the electronic, the digital.
But these are not the same.
They're not the
They're
same.
not the same.
The hard copy
Don't look
you
at
have
that.
is what I got early this morning that I printed. It's not in your packet. The one in
Ignore
your,
that.
ignore that one.
Oh,
The one on page 55 of the digital packet is the one that Judy and Joanne are going through.
that's the one that we're being asked to consider.
Correct.
Got it, okay.
Sorry, like, there's a lot of renditions that have
Yeah.
been passed around over the.
I
past
didn't
few
even
months.
bring the 100 others that we have gone through.
Good.
So also then on section 2, if you're with me now, it should say that last sentence, the budget to affirm upon the amount, equal amount of the contribution from the parties, which capitalize parties.
Are we making those changes as we go or?
I'm gonna take her notes and then
Yeah.
we will make it on the digital, yes.
And your exhibit 1 is the previous MO, which we're going to require that be included. And then we have an exhibit 2, which is all of the parcel numbers, what belongs, what the city had, and then what was added. What was it, 50 acres? And another,
Don't ask me about the property.
okay.
That's a.
But anyway, we should have all of the property numbers attached to it too.
And not to get too far ahead of you, but as legal counsel, your legal counsel reviewed
Yes.
this?
Yes,
Who's your legal counsel?
Ross Hammersley,
Okay. The township also,
yes, yeah.
same legal counsel?
Oh, Mike Homier from Foster Swift out of Grand Rapids.
Okay.
So we have a document from Cole Stoker and Toskey, one from the Airport Authority, and we're merging. And does this have any bearing on either of these?
No,
No,
this is what
just,
Judy corrected, grammatically and part of what she had in there was wording from the original MO, which isn't necessary if we attach the original MO.
We're just afraid, last night our committee met and we were just afraid that sometimes attachments get lost.
Yeah,
And so that's why I'm doing the one that you saw this morning, paragraphs.
okay.
Mhm.
So that should be it.
Big. On number 4.
Yeah, number 4, again, is transferred numbers. It should be MCL 259629.
Somebody was,
Yeah. And then on number 5, at the end, a certified operations report of the airport. Report of what,
well, and that's language from the Community Airports Act.
Yeah. And then, number 6, striking out on that first sentence, the word that, understand the airport is federally obligated. And the exhibit for the property, I think there's
It's
an
number 2.
exhibit, there is mention of the exhibit 2 on what, number 7? Yeah, that is the listing of the properties. And I think we would have a deal if we could, we'll clean this up. And we're gonna present it to our board Tuesday night, next Tuesday. Any questions?
Our attorney needs to review this then again, is that right?
Correct, yep.
Okay. But both of your attorneys have already agreed to this language.
Well, not if they've edited it.
Well,
I
a lot
think
of it is
conceptually-
grammatic.
Yeah,
A
I
lot
think
of it is just
conceptually-
grammatic errors.
Yeah.
and
Conceptually, all
correction.
3 have agreed.
Yeah,
It's just now we're down to those minute things. But conceptually of the whole arrangement, yes, agreement.
So all 3 attorneys have agreed.
Correct. Now it's just getting down to the minute details.
Let's open it up to questions if you've been able to formulate any.
Can you come to the podium just because folks on YouTube can't hear? Yeah.
And Sue, would you identify yourself for those that are attending remotely?
Yes. Hello, everyone. I am Sue Weber, Crystal Lake Township trustee. I'm here today. The only thing I want to verify is, because I didn't hear it correctly, is on item number 2, that in the last line, it would say the budget to agree upon the amount of equal contribution for each of the 2 parties. That all the
Right.
parties, is that was in there?
Yes.
Okay, good. That's all I wanted to make sure was in that. Thank you.
Let's try again. Christie, were you starting to say something?
Oh, I was just, at the end of this document then, um, the airport authority, if we decided that the airport authority is not going to be a signing member, is that kind of an acknowledgement? At this very last page, page 3 of
That
3,
would be removed, be my understanding.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd simply take it off.
you just simply take it off? Okay, because the first one had an acknowledgement, didn't it?
There's several renditions of this.
Right,
Yeah.
so there was ones
Um,
without it, ones with it on there. One of the most recent ones with Cole Stoker had it on there.
Yeah, and I
But that
think
was
that's-
at the request of the airport authority at that
But-
time.
The 1996 one.
It does have it in the
in the
original one.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
But that's part of what we're trying to clean up.
yeah,
Well, if we leave the original as an attachment,
hmm
we should be good.
yes,
in
so
my opinion.
the original will be incorporated as one of the exhibits. So that it's there for that historical piece of it.
Right.
And the attorneys would concur with that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's try again. Christie, anything, any other comments?
I guess I would just like to know how the, was the airport, in the discussion as well? When you talked about how we want to remove the airport authority from the MOU?
This second one, not the original.
I'm sorry,
They would-
yes, this one?
She wants to make sure that the airport authority has been part of the conversation
Oh,
about
yeah,
them not being
they
a
have.
signing authority.
Brooke has been very much a part of that.
Okay,
Good and soon.
Yeah,
okay.
Gary, any comments, observations?
Is what we're about to do here, is this gonna clear it up? So all entities are in agreement? Or is it gonna go to another feud, I guess is how I looked at it. And the other concern was, just totally lost it. Because we all have to be on board, and the airport authority, in my opinion, is the three entities. So I agree, it doesn't need to be on. It might be its own entity, but it is combined with the three groups that made it, so. I think that's a good idea, but just hopeful that everything can get straightened out.
I guess the way I interpret this is in earlier conversations, is the authority is an arm of the ownership.
Of the three entities.
Yeah, the
Yes.
authority doesn't own anything.
right.
Anything else, Gary?
No,
The
that should be
body.
okay.
Going back to Gary's original question, though, if this document makes its way through, which it sounds like it will, do we have trailing issues that we still need to deal with, or is this put this thing to bed and we can get back to business as usual?
As far as I'm concerned, it's in the bid. It's
Same.
in bid.
Same.
I don't think, well, and any trailing issues will be dealt with our airport committee.
Which will be Judy, Sue, and Dave.
And it sounds like, I hate to open up a can of worms, but you guys will be available for those discussions if they need to happen.
Well, and also I've been told by Judy that their committee is looking into which the FAA requires for any future grants to have a zoning
Overlay.
overlay.
Gonna be working
So
on
they're
that.
gonna be working on that.
He actually said he's done those before.
Great.
So,
Yeah, if we
So-
get all the information to him, we can get the zoning overlay, aviation overlay.
and that will help the airport to go forward for grants that they couldn't get before.
But that's really something that affects Crystal Lake Township, right?
But the airport as a whole,
I'm not looking to get educated at this moment on that, but. Got it. Linda?
I think I do have to get a little more educated on authorities. I mean, I did think that an authority carried some autonomy, that it could make decisions and sue and be sued and
That's
do
correct.
things. I don't know if being an arm of the three entities, I thought you're creating a
I think it's
standalone
cleared up in the
entity.
agreement.
but I don't know the legal ins and outs of that. I'm just, I'm not sure if my understanding aligns with what you just said as far as it being, how did you say that again?
It's an arm.
An
But-
arm of the three entities.
So let me, I guess, be clear about what I'm saying. You have three owners. Each owner has representation on the authority. Those representations should be looking out for our best interest.
Oh, I would agree with that.
So
But
yes.
I think the authority makes decisions independently. They
Concerning the
don't
airport.
concerning the
Concerning the
airport.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
We're
Right.
their parents, we're the parents, they're the children. The children have reached 18 and can make their own decisions.
Yes.
But they still need the
Yes, 'cause
parent.
they're not
for certain-
coming back to each
make
individual
sense?
board for every
No.
decision. Right.
No, they have
That's what we're-
bylaws, yeah, that they have to go.
Sorry to break it down that simple, but yeah.
Now, have we
Good
find
question.
out about Benzie County's representation on that board?
Yeah, who's their representation on it?
You.
No.
I think it's Corey.
Corey is
Corey's
one of
one.
them, and then Ken Lawrence.
And then, we don't have a liaison at this point, right?
Well, are you attending, Christy?
No, it's
no.
not,
Let's
it's
continue.
not on our list.
So no, we don't have a liaison at this point.
What the city has is we have two appointed for the city and we have an alternate in case they don't have a quorum
Sure.
or whatever, so that we can, yeah.
Okay.
So,
We're gonna be revisiting our committees in 1st of July anyway, but at the moment, we don't have the liaison position, nor do we have an alternate that I'm aware of. Hopefully, our representatives have been showing up.
We had a commissioner representative for years. And that was Corey. And then when Corey went off the commission, he was left on the authority, which then pseudo removed our commissioner representation. And that's why we had the liaison position. Because if the only way to put a commissioner on there would be to remove either Corey or Ken.
Yeah, no, I got it. And quite frankly, I still believe Corey's the best educated in this subject matter to be representing us anyway. But at the risk of getting too far into the weeds, all I'm asking for is there be communication back and forth with us. And Brooke has done a great job since she came on board of making us feel like part of that communication.
And we also cleared up some of the issues. So some of the concern, which kind of started some of this conversation, was a closed session issue. And we've cleared up that as well about closed sessions and the authority being able to authorize a commissioner liaison or what have you. So we cleared some of that up as well a while ago.
Because it could very well be that we go back to that liaison position
Mhm.
now that we have some we have real meaning for our attendance there. But when you're getting closed out of the most important conversations, that's problematic for me. Tim, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
The edits from today, they're just grammar issues, but
Cool.
yeah. English is my first
that
language.
too.
No, I'm good.
Rhonda, did you want to add anything else?
I guess we do have Corey Carland here. I guess I would want to confirm with him that the document is to your standards and you feel like
You know, we have many versions floating around, but see a final.
Yeah.
Thoroughly and.
That's what Judy and I just did.
right. Right. I do think I agree with Corey. I think that, and I think, Tim, you're alluding to that while it's just grammatical, we don't have a final document in front of us to say, this is what we're approving.
Today we saw 3.
Right.
Right, and the one we're discussing will be going to our attorneys for final review. Where I think you and I are disagreeing is that I don't need the airport authority's permission to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the other members, with the other owners. I don't need that.
You don't need what?
I don't need, the memorandum is between the owners. I don't need the airport authority to agree that this is a good memorandum.
I don't think I was asking that. I was just saying we don't have a final document with all the edits included to approve.
No, you were asking Corey, has he seen it?
Oh,
And
I
has it been his-
understand. No, I
his test? I don't care if it does.
Yeah, no, and I do think his opinion is valuable. He's been serving on that, representing us for a long time, so I do appreciate you.
And I acknowledge that earlier.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
think, this document is between the three owners.
So, and I just want to notate too, this board very rarely sees the legal documents, and that's on purpose because we get into the weeds on the legalese. And so, this typically what you're approving as the board is the general concept of what the contract's going to be. This is the expectations of the contract, and then the attorneys work out the legal language that reflects what your expectations are. You're seeing these renditions because we've kind of gotten down this rabbit hole with the tri-relationship. So I've provided you all the things as to where we've left off. So that's why you're seeing some of these minute details that normally you wouldn't see in a legal document, because typically what you're approving are the more bigger picture things, right? So you're approving the relationship, you're approving this, and this as far as the expectation of the relationship. And then the attorneys write it in their legal words. And what was talked about today are all grammatical in the sense of transposing numbers and moving around a few words and taking out the airport authority as a member of the MOU because the MOU is of the owners of the authority.
Can I ask if you can approve this last rendition pending the attorney's final review?
So your motion is typically subject as to its form by legal counsel. So form by legal counsel, substance is your piece.
We'll get there in a minute, but Bob, do you have any comments you want to make?
I was gonna go directly to Mr. Carland as well, but Rhonda opened that door, so if you want to say some words, Corey, you're
I go really.
good.
I mean, I can if you want, but I just view this whole process as like understanding.
Can we get him to a microphone? I mean, we made Sue come to a microphone as well, so let's
Christine?
get Corey to a microphone.
And and not to be rude, but that was kind of my vision, was there were two folks up here and Corey was over here. It looked like Corey was being separated.
Okay, we agreed at the beginning of the conversation that the decision was between Crystal Lake Township, Frankfurt, and the county. That's why they weren't bringing it up. Okay. Go ahead, Corey.
So do you want me to say anything or?
You've been invited to do.
So I mean, I think a lot of the questions that surround the airport authority are answered by state statute and federal regulation. And I view the MOU as just the three entities coming together and having a common understanding of where things lie and what statutes and what regulations govern big questions. You know, what happens to the airport if the airport authority dissolves? You know, that's been a big question that's lingered out there. This answers that. A lot of that's governed by the FAA. The FAA is a partner. It's a co-owner. MDOT Aeronautics is a co-owner of that airport. And whatever future decisions that might be dramatic, those two entities are going to have to sign off on it. You know, I've joked that the only way that you could get more government involved at the airport is by having the United Nations involved. It literally.
Yes.
So you've got every level of government involved at the airport authority. And, you know, the MOU is just an understanding of sort of the landscape that governs how the authority is going to operate, and it answers questions about future possibilities. So.
And at the risk of opening old wounds, the airport authority for years was chugging along and nobody paid much attention until we became aware of a substantial lawsuit that was hanging out there. Then we wanted some more information, which led to more digging. And then this is kind of just an update of our documents. This isn't about we want to change everything. It's saying, okay, well, now that we're into it, what do our documents look like? Whoops, these need to be updated. And that's what brought us here today.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's about all I have to say.
Thanks, Corey.
Yeah, thanks.
Corey, we do appreciate your involvement there. You clearly bring something to the table. Bob, anything else?
Nope, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dave,
Oh,
hold
oh.
on. Dave, you haven't had a chance to speak to this, but I know you're new.
Yeah, no, I mean, I just know that the agreement needs to happen so that everybody has representation on the board, and glad to see everyone's agreeing on something.
Christie, you want to make additional comment?
Yeah, I just want to say that I thought that the groups here did a really nice job of coming together and getting this done. There was a lot of folks who spent a lot of time and energy getting this together, and I really appreciate that. I learned a lot. I learned that a memorandum of understanding is just kind of like a gentleman's agreement, and it sounds like the airport authority is getting some of the things that they wanted in it, even though they're not signing it. Corey mentioned the FAA, and they also the equal monetary support. And so I think this looks great. And thank you for all your hard work.
Any other comments? Are we at a point where we'd like to make a motion based on, and we'd want to hear it again, but do we want to make a motion on this document or do we want to wait?
Personally, I would rather wait. I feel like that, yeah, we need to help lead this, but right now, until we have final version, when you got 3 attorneys going over things, I just wait.
Any other comments? The only thing I'm going to add, and I will respect that, but the changes that were made were just to update the MCL numbers, some grammatical issues. The attorneys otherwise have already looked at this.
Yes.
In fact, we've had 3 different law firms look at this. Unusual for all 3 law firms to say, yeah, I guess that looks right. Generally, somebody wants to make some changes along the way. But when could we have this back, do you think, to the board? A month?
It's gonna be at least a month. I'm still waiting on contracts from weeks. Yeah. It'll be a while.
And does this do anything to the operation of the
No.
authority by not acting on it today?
I think it's status quo, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Our commitment's to get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay. Well, we hope,
I don't know. I want to be respectful of the effort that's been put into this. This isn't a contract per se. This is a memorandum of understanding, and we have 3 entities who are all in agreement, who have all put the time in. I'm inclined to want to move forward, understanding everybody's put their best effort forward. And I don't see anything that's being disputed or there's concern over any elements of what's been created.
personally,
I feel like in good faith, we could move forward and have this be resolved at this point in
Personally,
time.
I'm
I
not-
understand Gary's point in almost anything under any, if it weren't a memorandum of understanding, I would be in complete agreement if it were a different type of document. But because of the effort that's gone in and the obvious agreement that we have, I don't see anything or any changes that were made that would prompt us holding off at this point.
and
If we could, do you want to say something?
yeah, I'm not going to send it to our attorney because they're grammatic and typo errors. So we've spent a lot of money.
Does the township
Just
feel
on-
the same way? Katie, if we could get a motion, what would that look like?
That the Board of Commissioners authorizes the memorandum of understanding regarding the Frankfort City County Airport Authority, which includes Crystal Lake Township, as discussed at the June 10th, 2025 meeting,
Correction.
with corrections, be approved and authorized for signatures subject to its form by legal counsel.
Be willing to make that motion?
Yeah, I'm going to make that motion.
Treg seconds.
Okay, my only concern,
You do these
running discussion is what if Crystal Lake Township doesn't approve it? Does that negate the whole thing?
Understanding that it will be approved at our
I was told that quite a few times prior to this.
You could add to the end of that motion contingent upon all member representatives
Okay.
also approving the document.
I'll amend my motion.
Will you amend your support?
I will amend my second.
And do you have reason to believe that you have enough votes to get this thing through?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's so, okay. Any other comments or questions? This has been a good discussion. I don't know how you feel about it, but from my view, it's been a great discussion.
We're really happy it's done.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
We're gonna have
Appreciate
a
it.
call on this, please.
Craig,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloff.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
motion carried.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate the effort. Glad that we got to this point. Trying to thank you.
So the next item is consideration of the budget for the airport authority. So you'll recall at the last meeting, there was a discussion regarding the 25-26 budget, and it was brought up that the airport authority is changing their fiscal year. It used to be a July to a June fiscal year. They have moved now to a 10/1/9/30 fiscal year, which aligns with the county. And so Brooke is here today. She did provide an updated document for your packet, which was requested at the last meeting. So I'll let Brooke go over the budget if there's any questions. Otherwise, there is a prepared motion as well.
So the document, if you would look at basically the last page, it is the October 2025 to September 2026 budget. And those are the figures that we estimate.
So we've been through this in detail at the last meeting.
Right.
And I appreciate the fact that you took the time to go back and contemplate what does July to October look
Mhm.
like.
Mhm.
I know when you feel like you've got it put to bed and then you don't.
Well, we did change the fiscal year, and this timeline is going to be wonky. Also in your packet is the annual report, and it's not a fiscal year. I needed to get the annual report out by July 1st, so it's actually June of last year through May of this year. So the figures are going to be a little bit off for time, but we'll be in sync here shortly. But the budget there, so total revenue, we estimate to be $457,100. Of that, $184,600 is operating revenue. So down towards the bottom, 195, that is operating expenditures. So there's only about a $10,000 difference. Everything else is grants and capital improvement projects. So even with the $45,000 appropriations entered into the budget, I'm fairly confident that this will work for everybody.
I mean, understand what you just said.
Yes.
Budget's contingent on $45,000 contribution.
Yes, the 15,000 from each entity. Right.
Questions or comments for Brooke on this new presentation?
Just from reading packet or prior. When it was originally set up, everybody was asked to contribute $3,000. No, it's 27 years, 28 years. Have your wages gone up to that magnitude from 3 to 15? Just saying.
I
Pardon?
don't know.
No.
He's
I'm
talking
talking
about
about our wage.
Back in
If you're a
1996,
taxpayer.
back in 1996, when the airport authority first began, the city was covering everything from bookkeeping to groundskeeping, snow removal, things like that. So they didn't have those expenditures that we do now. So things
Unless there was only two entities at that point in time, right? The
Mhm.
county and city of Frankfurt, so there was only $6,000.
But the county also is providing in-kind dollars for all of those years. The treasurer's office has been
Okay.
heavily involved
Mhm.
in doing that. My office was managing all of the payables and payroll for them. And we're not doing those things anymore. They've taken on those duties, so we're not managing those
I
either.
understand that. I just want to point out
Mhm.
that it has been quite an increase, but
We are especially
Put it that way.
frugal there at the airport.
I mean, the ultimate thing for the taxpayers was if you were self-sufficient, but you're not there at this point. I would hope that you find a way to one day get there. No, I think that's kind of what's being said. As we approve this, or as we acknowledge the budget, what we're also need to acknowledge is that we need to be budgeting $15,000 for this activity.
Right, for your next fiscal year.
And
Yes.
that's my other question. Is there a concern for the additional?
How much did we pay last year?
Oh, but
We budgeted the 15, we've paid 12, and it was up to the authority to come back for the other 3, which they still have time to do.
And you can cash flow from July to end of September, right?
Yes, yes.
Any other questions or comments? If not, I'd entertain a motion that's in front of you.
I'll make the motion that the Board of Commissioners approves the fiscal year 2025-26 budget for the Frankfurt City County Airport Authority contingent upon final adoption by the Airport Authority Board.
Trigg will second.
One last bite at the apple. If not, let's do that by roll call.
Davis,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloff.
Yes.
Sauer,
yes.
Trigg,
Yes.
motion carried.
This is a great demonstration of how communication and cooperation has improved between the groups. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Does anyone have any questions on the annual report that I provided? It basically just summarizes the expenses and revenue. And I also included some other information on our based aircraft. We now have 24 versus 18. We do have operation information, which was made in part due to Vector. So we have that information, runway uses, things like that.
And if any of the commissioners ever wanted to sit down with you at the airport, you certainly would do that. with them.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yes.
I know that I've taken it as an opportunity and you really deepened my understanding. Good deal. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, folks. All right, next subject.
Great. So next subject is discussion regarding the Point Betsy Lighthouse. So we do have representatives here in the audience today to be part of this discussion. As you know, Benzie County obtained or acquired the Point Betsy Lighthouse many, many years ago from the Bureau of Land Management. From my understanding and the bit I've done, dug into the history and the newspaper clippings that we do have, is that there was a wide community feedback sought regarding the Point Betsy Lighthouse and whether or not the Benzie County should acquire the lighthouse from the federal government. And ultimately, we did acquire that. We later then entered into a relationship with the Friends of Point Betsy. You know, here in Benzie County, we are heavily supported by volunteers and many Friends group. And the Friends of Point Betsy have really led the charge since then. The gift shop that's there, the keeping,
Edie, could I stop you just a moment?
Yep.
I've invited some folks in to give some history.
Mhm.
You know,
So I don't need to give it?
no, you don't.
Perfect.
Mary Pitcher, I've asked Mary Pitcher to join us first today. Mary was here when we accepted the lighthouse as a county. She was passionate about it at the time, and I believe chair, at least for part of that. Mary, would you step to the microphone and give us the history of how we got here? I didn't mean to cut you off, Katie, but
Actually, it
That's
sounds
okay.
like Katie did some good research and she was doing just fine, but
I said, great to go.
yeah, we had a very intensive 3-year process. Actually, the lighthouse was relinquished by the Coast Guard and it was about to go into ownership to the Great Lakes Lighthouse Keepers Association for their own private offices, which didn't include public access. And I said, okay, wait, this is a national treasure. It should have public access. So we went through a 3-year planning process. There was an advisory committee, approximately 10 members. The chamber was involved, National Park Service, business owners, MSU Extension, Lake Township participated in that community or that committee. And every step of the way was approved by the State Historic Preservation Office, SHPO. Federal agencies also had to approve things along the way. Senator Carl Levin's office and Representative Bart Stupek's office were also involved. And at that time, everyone agreed that
the county was probably the best entity to be the steward of the lighthouse. And even before ownership transferred, part of the plan was to set up a local group, which is now the Friends Group, but that was all part of the approved plan, that there would be a local nonprofit basically charged with running the day-to-day entity. As you know, we don't have a Parks and Recreation department with a director. That would have been, another, had we had that, that would have been another important layer of oversight, maybe. And then I guess the other thing to say, which you maybe already know, is if the county were to relinquish the lighthouse, it would go back to ownership to the federal government, with the Bureau of Land Management overseeing it. We know that the National Park Service is not interested in owning it. I don't know. I have no connections with Bureau of Land Management anymore, but just with everything going on in the federal government, I don't know what that would even look like at this point. So, any questions for me?
We are going to open it to questions, but the first thing I want to put out there is, at the time that the county commissioners agreed to accept it, you said everybody agreed, everybody from your committee agreed. Or did you do community outreach?
There was a lot of community participation in the 2 years of the committee's meetings. Is that what you mean?
So it wasn't just your committee that you were getting feedback from, you were getting public feedback also.
Correct. The Chamber of Commerce, Carol Davidson was on the committee. She brought in business owners. It was, yes, very involved and actually fairly successful process.
And at the time, did the commissioners ever contemplate having to be financially responsible for the lighthouse?
I would say that the Friends were going to do the fundraising, and I don't recall, this was quite a while ago now, I don't recall any commissioners saying, hesitating as far as from the financial perspective. I didn't go back and read the minutes. Have you read minutes?
I was saying, from what I read, there was acknowledgement that there was going to be maintenance costs associated with the keeping of this property. But it was also acknowledged that the understanding was there would be great deals of grant and other funding to support those maintenance and other items. So that's how I read it, is there was this acknowledgement. They understood we're going to have to pay to maintain this thing, but that the money would be there.
At that time, also, it was really easy to get grants because everybody loved the lighthouse.
Correct.
And I know that maybe the apron construction, reconstruction, whatever has to happen there is possibly what brought this topic up now. Back then, Kurt Ludke was alive. He quoted $1 million, I believe, and this was a long time ago. I think he quoted $1 million for those improvements. Well, much of that was their donation. That was what our costs would be, but then they were donating a huge amount of money as well. So the $1 million was never a realistic figure if we had to pay for everything outright.
Okay. Mary, you can stick around, right?
Absolutely.
Dick, do you want to explain to us where you're currently at with your fundraising activities? Please. And just identify your role with the Friends, please.
Dick Taylor, former Friends board member and past president. My eligibility timed out, so I'm along with Chuck and another former board member and another person serving at a committee to continue the work on the seawall, the shoreline protection system project, as separate from the day-to-day management of the lighthouse. It's kind of a whole separate world than running the gift shop and that sort of thing. So a number of us have continued on, even though we're no longer technically Friends board members. So when I was the president, I initiated, after speaking with Kurt Ludke and getting that $950 to $1 million number, initiated a capital campaign back in 2019, setting out to hopefully surpass that $1 million figure and raised in a ballpark of about $1.5 million. had a little coaching on how to do a capital campaign, and that was done a typical pyramid with a lot of smaller gifts, a fair amount of medium gifts, and as it turned out, one very large $1 million donation. So that was about $1.5 million ish at that time. So we thought with $1 million cost that we were in good shape. When this went out through an engineering project or process, the actual bid, and finding out that we were off maybe by a factor of 10, it was a whole, different kettle of fish. In the meantime, mostly through Kurt Vanderwall, we were able to get a grant from the state of Michigan for $5.189 million. So now we have, and that is, so they gave us half of that in cash, the state did, and said, when your, process has evolved that you've gone through that first half, we'll be there for the second half. So in the intervening couple of years, that 2.5 has been sitting in the bank getting interest. So between the fundraising that I initiated, the grant, interest, et cetera, I have some actual numbers here. I don't know how recently they've been updated, but all that total with interest and contribution from Lake Township of 100,000 and from Benzie County of 250 and some other things along the way. It's about 7.25 total that's been raised, 6.25-ish in engineering fees. So we're at roughly 6.5 million raised to date, net of the engineering expense. The RFP for this project is just going out now, and we expect to have bids back in a month, actually a little bit less, July 2nd or 2nd. So 3 weeks or so, we should have a firm number. I would expect that, don't quote me, but probably 9.5-ish number, I think, is a realistic guess. 6.5 that we have, worth in the ballpark of 3 million short. So I think that the issue before us is how interested is the county in participating in this, given the historical context. I have in front of me here, I don't know if Art, you've circulated this at all, the agreements between the county and the Friends. It was originally done back in 2004, June 5th, 2004, and was amended in June of 2011. And I'm not sure that any of these comments, agreements really foresaw the level of capital need that we're at. The county agreed that it would, quote, plan for and seek funding sources in conjunction with the Friends for the capital improvements needed to address historical renovations and improvements necessary at the Point Betsy Light Station. In return, the Friends agreed that, quote, it will perform fundraising functions in order to provide for matching funds required for grants and financing capital projects. So technically, whether the 5 million is a county contribution that the Friends should match, or whether it's sort of outside and the county should match what the Friends have already done, I don't think it does any good for us to create an adversarial relationship. The Friends versus the county. I think it's very much in all of our interests to try to get this thing done. Point Betsy brings in 50,000-ish visitors a year, I think, without having done any specific studies. It's very important to our economy, and it's very much in the interest of this entity to continue that. I would hope that we can do some sort of a communal effort here, since I think we are both committed contractually to each other. The county shall and the Friends shall, we both shall fundraise. So I would like to work in cooperation with the county going forward to see what we can do as far as bridging this gap. And by the way, these numbers are very much penciled in on the back of an envelope. We do have the 6.5, the actual target we don't know. And if we've ever built a house or anything else, they usually come in above that with change orders. So I would think it would be reasonable to plan for some overrun. But we should probably at least some sense plan on raising more than the numbers I'm talking about. So how we go about that remains to be seen. I think that's what we're here to figure out today, partly, or at least have a commitment to that. Again, not being a Friends board member any longer, I'm not sure it's 100% on my shoulders to raise all this money. I have certainly would be willing to help and participate, but have spoken at length with current
board member who's very well connected in the, let's call it the capable donor community, principally Crystal Lake and Crystal Downs and those folks that can write large checks. I think that there is some interest from that community. It's very, very hard to put any number on that, whether it's this or this. Is impossible to know at this point in time. It has been made clear to me by this Friends board member that we get one more bite at this apple, which is why when I have encouraged updates to a broad group of these people along the way in the intervening couple of years as the process has unfolded, well, let's go and have a cocktail party. Let's have an event. Let's have a function. Let's update them. No. They don't want to hear that. Come to them with a proposal when you're ready. You get one more bite at the apple. And so I have thought that her advice is well received. She's a veteran fundraiser and very well connected. So we have not had that one bite at the apple. It will be upcoming. I'm glad that the RFP is out and that the number will be back in a month and that we can go forward with some real numbers from there. But what that so-called bite yields is impossible to know. So I am hopeful that we as the Friends and you as the county can work together and hopefully get to the point where this number can be reached, because I think we're very much at a point of now or never. Grant that has come from the state will expire next year. It's already been extended once. There may or may not be appetite to extend it further. I think the conservative approach is to assume that it won't be. We should have a hard number, and I again think the idea is to try to get this thing funded this fall or summer and initiate the construction project with ice out in the spring and hopefully have it completed by the end of the summer season next year when the grant from the state will expire. Are there questions?
I'm going to fill in a couple gaps, and
Please.
then we are going to open it up to questions. So I've been working with Dick on and off for a couple of years now or more. He had approached me when I was a liaison initially, and the county was instrumental in helping bring some of these funds to the table.
Really?
About 30 days ago, Dick and I were having a conversation. He was sharing with me his concerns about the ability to raise the remaining amount in the timelines required to meet the grant.
Right.
Because the clock is ticking on that.
And the contracting people are going to need an answer.
So I asked, we put a meeting together that included from the county, Rhonda and myself, Christy, Kelly, Katie, and then there was Dick and the current president. I'm sorry, his name again?
Grant Porteous.
Grant, and we sat down for an hour or so, and we tried to understand what their concerns were. And one of the questions that came up, and I wasn't stating a position, I was stating it's an option, is does the county even want the lighthouse anymore if there's that kind of price tag associated with maintaining it? Because we're already competing within the general fund on all these dollars. Again, I wasn't making a proposition. I was stating this is one of the realities of it. That brought us to this meeting today. I'm not really looking for a decision today. I don't think any of us were, but we needed to put out on the table that our options are to be fully invested in this and find a way to make this happen without jeopardizing the grant, because that's the big bite right there. Or as a county, as county commissioners, do we see that this is a financial burden for the county and maybe we ought to divest ourselves of this asset? So now let's open it up to questions, both for Mary and for Dick, if you have any.
Rhonda, I know at that meeting you brought up the idea or the possibility of selling the lighthouse to a private entity. I don't know the process that would entail with getting BLM and SHPO and everybody else their permission, but I wonder if the reality is that while it would be a spectacular private home, Airbnb, what have you, even with conservation easements or what have access to the beach grandfathered in, I can't imagine that anybody would want to get it with a $10 million repair project in front of them.
No, and I think, yeah, and I think the purpose of that meeting was to, try and troubleshoot all alternatives. I've had the opportunity to read a lot of research about the effort, the years-long effort that went into making the decision to take the lighthouse, you know, a lot of respect there for the process that you went through. I did find a statement. It does appear as though in the research that I've done is deeper thought went into, you know, what this was going to cost without a crystal ball, knowing that this was, and I'm going to read one paragraph that I found that I thought was a little bit telling of where the commissioner sat at that point in time. I screenshotted it and it said, "It is not desired to provide any funds for the lighthouse from the county general fund at this time. Funding for the future operation of Point Betsy is approached by the county in the same manner as Presque Isle Township funds their lighthouse, with no tax dollars being used for its support. There is, however, discussion in the county to request a millage to support a park and recreation department. Funding for this department would provide staffing that would help oversee the operation of the lighthouse. There may also be a nominal amount of funding earmarked for this potential millage put towards operation and maintenance as a representative of the contribution from the county. By no means, however, is the future funding planning for either management, operations, or capital improvements for the Point Betsy Lighthouse Station dependent on any potential millage being passed." And there's documents that support that conversation. I think without a crystal ball, I think the folks knew that this was going to cost money. I don't think they knew that this project was going to come down the road, but I do think it's indicative of the need to be a better steward in the county of the properties that we own. When they talked about a millage and a park and rec department, and we are kind of at a crossroads at our county's funding position with the tax advisory committee and thinking about the direction that we need to go there. I do not think the lighthouse, I personally don't think the lighthouse should be sold. I don't think it can be sold. But I do think we have to be creative in our solutions. When the documents also indicated that they used the terms when the Point Betsy, when the Friends were being put together, just how energetic that group was. I mean, it was noted in so many places that there was an energized group of people wanting to support monetarily and time, treasure, talent put forward, making this a home for the national treasure that it is. And they used that term in the documents as well. So that it was really interesting to read. It was quite a journey, and I feel like we should put some of those documents of where this started online for the community to see as well.
Not taking any credit to myself because it was my predecessors, but when you look at what those energetic people did with raising millions to build the museum gift shop, you know, bathroom facility and initiate a small endowment with it, which is held at the Grand Traverse Community Foundation, clearly there was some passion.
And they had a 6-year capital improvement plan with all the projects entailed of how they were going to tackle each area. It was quite impressive. And, you know, how can we renew that? You know, how can we bring eyes back on this? But it's an interesting conversation and a problem that we have to take head on.
With respect to a potential sale, actually, there are restrictions, and for us, the county accepting this, the lighthouse says it has to remain open to the public, or the U.S. Coast Guard, who may reject it, they have to get first offer to reject. Christie, you said in that entire conversation, anything you'd like to add? Or questions for Dick and Mary?
No, not a whole lot. We went through a lot of what we discussed here. We talked about other associations and grants that were looked at. I did a brief AI search and sent that forward. But most of the things that I looked at were things that we had discussed. So yeah, I too believe that the lighthouse is definitely a really important landmark here in our county, and I love it. I go there, I bring my family, and so yeah, I would like to see us do something, to help.
So Mary, when we were talking about the possibility of a sale, I caught some body language from you. You want to step up to the microphone?
So the county bought it for $1, and if you want to relinquish it, we can't sell it. It would go back to the Bureau of Land Management, and then they would help find a new owner. Federal grant funding that was so readily available in the past has somewhat dried up. I mean, everybody loves lighthouses, and it is a national treasure. The funding is not as easy to find right now. That said, I don't think we can rely on Crystal Downs on the west end of Crystal Lake to, keep contributing millions of dollars. I think we need to search, nationally for money. And if you do continue to have a committee working on this, I would be willing to participate if you would like me to.
You never want to raise your hand in front of me, because I will call on you.
Did I answer your question?
Yeah, but we may have others for you. Before we open it back up to Dick again, Katie, your interpretation of that discussion.
Well, I think we've kind of gotten to it here today, and you knew my thought on this is, the county owns the asset, and whether or not the board in the past knew or discussed or thought about the maintenance needs at the front, if we're going to maintain the asset, I humbly believe that the county should play a part in that.
So I find it
And
curious.
we got that today.
So I find it curious in the Record Eagle over the last week or two, there's other communities that are talking about assets that they have, buildings, real estate particularly, and they're saying, you know what, we can't afford it anymore. We're going to divest ourselves of it. So even though it's a different activity, other communities are grappling with the same thing.
Yes.
Years ago, I could afford it. Today, I can't.
Yep.
So I've got to look for different options. Kelly, you were in that discussion. I know that you were there for a kind of a different reason in terms of listening, but would you like to add anything to this? Okay. Dick, anything you want to add? based
Yeah,
on
a
the
couple
comments?
things. First, I have reached out to Kurt Vanderwaal's office again to say, hey, thanks again for your help in the 5+ that you steered our way before, but is there any other possibility, any other ways that you might, any other pools of funds that we might tap into? And I got a response back from, I assume, one of his assistants that here's this, big document. I printed it out and then opened it up. This application is due September 1st, 2019. Really? So I think that the appetite for, as pointed out, for some of these things is less than maybe it was in the past, for starters. And then I want to make one other comment regarding the Friends' ongoing passion. Clearly, there was some passion on the part of our predecessors to get the ball rolling, but I'd also like to say that perhaps it can be reflected with the current group in the state of the facility. Chuck was very helpful in taking care of the roof and the paint and all those sorts of details, but other groups have refurbished the keeper's quarters, the upstairs apartment where the lighthouse keeper lived and which is now rented out. It has been reupholstered and redecorated with original art and is spectacular and is a giant source of revenue. And the work in the gift shop has taken another leg up as far as profitability and organization and professionalism. And so even though we're a not-for-profit, we're very profitable. I think it's been an absolute privilege for the county to own an asset that costs $1 that has 50,000 visitors come every year, that in round numbers throws off $100,000 a year profit. So as we look at possible ways to fund this with a combination perhaps of private donations and presumably some more public donation or contribution, I just want to say that that original passion continues, and you can see it in many ways.
So, and it may be Chuck's better qualified to answer this, I'm not sure, but the water levels are down.
They are.
The level of urgency has changed. If we wanted to continue with the ownership, but knew that we would probably not reach the timelines to raise that money if we're having to do it from general funds. There's always going forward, we never know what pool of money might be available again. Can you give us a sense of how long could we continue with the lighthouse in its current state without getting into the weeds of all the construction and engineering? Can one of you address that? And for those of you that don't know, Chuck was the administrator at the time the lighthouse was accepted.
To be very simple here, we got this 5.2 million plus what Dick's got, maybe 6 plus, maybe whatever else can happen. We think the cost, or at least I think the cost might be less than estimated a couple of years ago, because Eagle reduced the amount of revetment we could use, and we've changed the staging areas. So we think those costs, which is a big dollar cost, the rock will be less, but you don't know how it's going to turn out till July 2nd. So my thought is you have what you have at that point to the end of the year, and you do what you can do with the project. And if you can't get it all done, you do part of it. And in that regard, I've asked the engineer last Friday at our pre-bid meeting on site, take a look at what you could cut. And I did that independent of the committee, of our SPS committee. But I think we're getting to that point. And the problem with this project is it's all intertwined. Like sand has to come out of the front, that goes to the north end, or fix that, then the revetment can be done. So you can't cut out grading out the sand or filling in the north end, because you got to put the sand somewhere. So there may be some projects that can be part of it that can be delayed. So we're going to take a look at that. I don't think you can waste this money. You got to use it, whether you have it all or not. From your perspective, and again, I was here day one when Mary created that committee. Your role is not to provide money. Your role is to oversee the operation, both operationally and buildings wise. Yes, and the grants are different than they were. You've got a lake of money. If you can't get more of that from the state, and John Roth is head of the budget committee, maybe he can help. And he's got a lot of things on his plate. We do what we can do, and then we move on to the next one, to the next opportunity. A lot of this stuff is incremental anyway. We couldn't do we tried to do the exterior and the interior of the lighthouse at one time. It cost too much money. We just did the exterior. Got a Save America Treasures grant later on that did the interior, that did some of the other buildings. Money kept falling out of the sky for these projects. We got extra money from the DEQ grant for lighthouses that was since gone, and we did all the fog signal building. So that those opportunities will come. Things are different 20 years in the future, but I don't think you need to take a look at, well, we can't afford this. I think you need to take a more active role in facilitating this acquisition of money through the state things. And maybe Roth can help you with that.
Chuck, if you were to downsize the scope of the project, does that jeopardize or requalify that 5.1 million at all?
Not in my mind.
No, I don't think so. I think the issue becomes, if you're going to downsize the scale, and we already have been forced to a little bit because of the permitting challenges, how much does that compromise the protection that you're providing? At some point, there's a trade-off between Cadillac version or a little bit lesser, and to your earlier question, it's unknowable how much protection we're going to need and when it would be an urgent thing. And to that, I would say better a year earlier than a day late. So it's hard to know when and how high the water will come back higher again at some point. That's certainly a problem. Perhaps a larger problem is that winter happens and that ice comes and just hammers things low water or high. So is the lighthouse going to fall into the lake in 2026 if we don't do this project? I would guess probably not. At some point it will. And if there is not some incremental protection provided, I would guess that it gets more expensive to do the farther down the road we go. And given that we have a low water regime provided to us in the middle of this planning, when we initiated this fundraising process in 2019 and 2020, the water was very high and it was really threatening. Again, we've had a little bit of a reprieve, but that's not going to be forever. And there is no way to really know how long that's going to go. There are long-term cyclicalities and make some estimates, but really know is impossible.
You can't do you can't not do the apron. You can't not do the revetment on the west end. You might be able to adjust the north end. You might be able to take off on the south return wall area, but you have to do the west side, even though the north is worse, but the west side takes the beating.
And your group is more qualified to understand that than we ever will be. You guys are living and breathing this. I see two issues for the commissioners. One issue is, do you want to maintain ownership of the property? If it's agreed that we do, the second issue is, what can we do to commit ourselves to help fill the funding gap, whatever that might be? I realize we need to know what that is, but the first decision is, do we want to keep it based on those conditions? And then how do we move forward with this project, whether it be done starting next spring or some later date? How are we involved? I'm not asking to make that decision today. I'm asking though in the next 30 days, we brought that to a conclusion, because if we decide as a group majority that says, yep, we need to maintain the lighthouse on behalf of the county, then I would want to put together an ad hoc committee that worked with your group so that the county has a voice while you're deciding these things. And Mary, I don't know what your offer was for, but if you think you can be helpful in that group, I doubt that Dick would turn it down.
You're correct.
Well, you do have a rep on some of these joint process, like the road end and the shoreline protection system, and Ed Hoopter. He's been very helpful on this committee. I think it was designed after I left that the Parks and Rec would take this over, and he really didn't participate at all until Rocky came along and then Ed Hoopter.
Okay, so the parks have been involved. Is that what you're telling me?
Only recently.
Oh, okay. All right, good.
But to speak to that, it's really not much more than a monthly update given to Parks and Rec. They haven't been involved anything more than that.
Okay.
Ed has been specifically involved. He's still involved, but technically is not in any official capacity anymore because he's not your drain commissioner.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification.
And to be clear, we don't have the authority to do anything. We make a recommendation to the Friends makes a recommendation to the board, will approve so far, but as requested.
Is there consensus that we want to take 30 days and do some more homework, ask questions of your constituents, et cetera? Or is this something you want to act on today with respect to ownership?
Did I hear you say on July 2nd? You'll have a firm number, that's the
opening?
day?
Yeah.
Well, so that will be the bid opening. We would need at least 3 bids. Last time around, we only got 1 bid, and that's why that was without permitting, permits pending. Now it should be a firmer bid, and the competition from, the surge of projects that were delayed as a high water and COVID, and then ARPA funding came, and that's basically where our 5 million came from. So there was this surge of projects that meant that the last time around, we only received 1 bid. We'll need at least 3 to be competitive, and then there should be decision-making process of which to accept, perhaps a process, but yeah, we should have a very good idea.
Engineer thinks we have 6 good bidders.
Is that right?
We had
Great.
6
Because
people show up.
Through, if I remember correctly, the 1 bid you got, you're not even sure they were qualified.
Right.
Correct.
This was 5 times larger than anything they'd ever done, and they were very nice people, but I would be very hesitant to.
There was
accept that bid.
6 firms who showed up and showed interest.
Okay. Well, to your points to me earlier in different discussions, the environment's changed now. There may be, people are looking for more work.
Hopefully, and be more competitive.
So was your question, do you think it'd be helpful, Rhonda, if we had a more firm number before we tried to make any decisions on this?
I can make a decision, but I'm not sure the full board is ready. But no, that of course that's going to be helpful, and I'd like to know from Mary too, if you don't mind, when you say casting a net nationwide, do you have a vision of what that looks like in mind?
Mary, I need you to stop.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I hate to, but that you just really piqued my interest when you.
Thank you.
I don't know any specifics. I just think it's worth looking into, because it is a national treasure. I spoke with Department of Interior and, they said they have no interest whatsoever and didn't have any ideas for grant funding, but it would just be worth at least researching, I think.
And I did have I've had a couple conversations, I'm blanking on his name, our senator from the UP. Anybody? Broom? What? Like Broom? No.
So you mean the congressman?
Yeah.
Bergman.
Bergman. I've had several conversations with John Bergman. Thank you.
Jack Bergman.
Over time, it's been a while. It's been a couple of years why I'm, having trouble coming up with his name. But at that time, one-on-one with his clear attention, he said, no, this is not a federal issue. I hope we can find some federal projects, federal programs and federal grants, but he said this is a state issue and was not interested in pursuing anything. Hopefully that is not fully inclusive of all options, but at that time, Bergman was uninterested in participating and helping.
If you can't get your representative to be your voice on these matters, it's not going to happen.
That's my guess. I mean, fingers crossed, but let's not put more, expectation there than is real.
So Rhonda, you made the comment that you have a position on this, but you're not sure how everybody else feels. Is that right?
No, I think that's
So the only way we're going to know how everybody else feels if you want to make a motion.
What do you want the motion? I mean, what action would we take today?
Well, either deciding, yes, we want to maintain ownership of the lighthouse and let's let these guys continue to try to find a way to fund this, or too much of a burden for us. We're going to have to look for another ownership.
That would be knee jerk. I couldn't imagine ever.
Yeah, I feel like,
thinking that.
I mean, we don't even know if they might already have it funded. We don't
Yeah.
know what the bids are gonna be,
Right.
so.
And taking no action, we still own it anyway.
Yeah.
Right, I agree. I wasn't trying to force. Never mind. Okay. Any other questions or comments while we have these folks in the room on this subject?
Can I ask just one?
Please.
Well, actually two. One was you guys had saved money for paving. Is that part of what you're using now as when you were gonna do the parking lot and all that, and I know they got pushed to the side.
Yeah, we stopped that project. We had a Eagle grant and we used half of it. We had to stop the second half and we were told, which would have paid for another 100 grand. The project was about 300 to 400 grand.
Okay.
And so that stopped, and then Matt Skills had told me that we will fund about the road end part. We will cover all that. We'll take care of that. So that would have out of the millage money. So that would have taken a big chunk of that. The Friends would have been down to like a couple $100 grand for the rest of it. And then that's now back in their coffers. The other two would have to be started
That's
up.
part of the 6.5 that you're talking about.
No, it's nothing to do with this project.
That money didn't go into.
Oh, you mean it's part of the 6.5 they have in their things?
Yeah.
It was at that time.
The other question I had is only because people have asked me. The option of moving the lighthouse is completely off the table. Financially, I would think it would be cheaper than 9 million, but
You still have people at the Eagle Committee that think that's the best thing to do. The sky is falling, people. It's not going to fall in the lake. It can't go anywhere. There's no place to put it. And it costs too much money. We've been at this for the next 20 years.
I just wanted you to say that so the public could hear it, please. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions for these guys or comments while they're here?
Jerry, yeah. Well, I knew it wouldn't be perfect, but I know I've been asked to ask, so thank you.
Very good. Anything else? Otherwise, we'll move on to the next subject. We'll come back to this, folks, in 30 days. All right? Thank you for being here today. All right, how about if we go to C under new business? 80?
Yes. So C on the agenda is regarding a grant specifically for the school systems. Rebecca Hubers is here and she can kind of go into the details about this grant. It's a COPS grant. Rebecca has been going back and forth with the school districts on this grant application, trying to assist the schools in funding for emergency radios for the school's operational use. We've gone back and forth with Benzie Central mostly. Now Frankfurt's been brought into the emails as well. Essentially what we're looking for today would be the authorization for the county to apply for the grant on behalf of the schools, only though if the school is going to provide the match, as well as administer this grant. But the idea is to provide them that little extra if for some reason they're not going to apply because of something small. We're trying to help them get money.
So there's a federal grant for school violence protection. The bus garage for Benzie Central Schools reached out because they need new radios. They can make that project fit into the what's called a COPS grant. The window for the COPS grant is shortening, and they had some problems with their SAMs and all of the paperwork that goes around with being able to even submit for a federal grant. And so I think they have it all figured out because there's been emails up to today that she's ready to submit it. But before they couldn't even hit the apply button. The grant is obviously only open to certain entities, the county government being one of them, and then the school district being another for this particular grant. There's other ones, but that apply here. So they asked if we could help. We are capable of helping. This is not monetary help. If that was the request, they never made it. I think it was more or less, can you help me submit this grant? And so that is all we're asking because it is the board's authority to approve the signing and submitting of grants. So I think they don't need it, but we're at such a window and your next meeting won't fall within it. It just, we're looking for the authority to say, yes, Katie, you can help the school submit the grant if they need it. It's really all it is. It's just a paperwork punch because they were having problems with their SAMS.gov. So were we.
Well, we finally got it.
It's like, who's gonna get done first to see if we can actually get the button to even show up on the screen. So that's where we're at. The bus transportation department at the Benzie Central Schools had included Frankfurt because they were trying to be all inclusive with this grant. And that's why they're like, Benzie County, can you help us with this? Because there's more than one district involved. And we said, again, we want to be helpful because we're able to be helpful to help our schools and our kids and whatever get the things that they need. So it's really just a paperwork option. It's not committing anyone in particular other than the time we've already put into it, which has been kind of weird, to help them just get it done. If we don't hit the button by June 18th, it doesn't get done. And it's a competitive grant and they may not even get it, but it's, I'd hate for them not to try because of whatever reason. And I would hate to be a holdup to allow them to try. It's not required that we do it, but again, we have the buttons in place through SAMS to help if need. So there is nothing else asking other than, is Katie allowed to hit the apply button if deemed necessary? Made that easy. I will make the motion that the Board of Commissioners authorizes the submission of a COPS grant in conjunction with Benzie Central and Frankfurt Schools for funding to improve safety on the school buses, with Benzie Central and Frankfurt Schools to provide any required match resources, authorizing administration to sign necessary applications.
Rhonda makes the motion.
I'll second.
Dave supports. Questions or comments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
In the past, you guys tried to help them get money for resource officer. And they refused to participate in that. I get heartburn when we do stuff like this, and I'd love the school to be on board with this kind of stuff, but in the past, I always try to go back to what they did in the past, and we pretty much left a lot of money on the table, and luckily the community paid for what they needed anyway, but
Yeah, so the bus garage, the bus transportation department, I'm sorry if I'm flattering what her title is, but the transportation department at Benzie Central Schools did reach out to us to ask us for help. So that's why I'm not gonna ever say no,
okay.
because the whole lead the horse type thing, because they asked, we shouldn't stand in the way of them trying to do what it is we're asking them to do, which is find other resources besides millage money to get some of their projects done.
You volunteered for the other one to help them.
I
and
did,
they
and-
totally ignored you. Just,
That's how it felt, yes.
okay. Thank you.
But I mean, we can offer it, but if they reach out, I'm never gonna say no.
All right, thank you, I appreciate it.
Any other comments or questions? We'll call for the vote.
Matt,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes,
Craig,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
motion carried.
So you were aware in advance of this meeting that we wanted to move the study session, which had normally occurred today, to the second meeting of the month. I'm told that we need to take formal action on that. Is that right, Katie? And can we do that by voice? Anybody want to make a motion moving the study session from June 10th to June 24th?
make that motion.
We get support,
I second.
Discussion.
please.
Is there something pertinent that we're looking at to make sure we get that in?
Meeting
Is there something on that agenda that we,
that would require the meeting.
exactly?
Katie?
Yes, so on the 24th, as of now, we will have the discussion regarding central dispatch being brought forward regarding their budget. So we'll be looking at their fiscal year budget starting 10/1, as well as all things around their budgeting and revenues that come forward to that. Rebecca and I were also planning to bring forward a public land ordinance discussion as well to talk about our public lands here in Benzie County. And then I'm sure other things will come about along the way.
Okay, that's all.
I
Thank
think
you.
you can anticipate the lighthouse will be part of the discussion.
Yep, I have the lighthouse down for the morning at this point because I anticipate some sort of action probably, but we could add it to the afternoon as well.
Let's see where we're at the time.
Yeah.
So yes, there would be some.
Yep, perfect.
I understand the question though.
Mhm.
If something should change and we don't need the meeting, we'll delay it until the following
Sure.
study session.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I think we can do this by voice. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. Katie, many appointments.
Sure. So in your packet, you have an application from Jason Barnard on the Land Bank Authority. Jason's position actually expired about 2 months ago. However, he's continued to serve under your policy, which says the individuals can continue to serve until a reappointment or a new appointment is made. Jason Barnhart is indeed interested in being reappointed. I touched base with Kelly Long as well, who serves on the Land Bank Authority, and she said, yes, absolutely. It's on our website. I haven't received any other applications. So what's in front of you is to reappoint Jason Barnard.
Anybody like to make the motion?
I'll make that motion that the Board of Commissioners reappoints Jason Bernard to a 3-year term expiring April 5th, 2028 on the Benzie County Land Bank.
Rhonda makes the motion.
I'll second.
Dave seconds. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those yeah, that's what I meant. Roll call.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Sauer,
Oh, me? I'm sorry. Yes.
Craig,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
motion carried.
Gary, that was rather dramatic.
I'm getting old, you know.
We are to commissioner reports and Bob, we're gonna start with you this time.
Sure. Last Thursday, I attended Area Agency on Aging, which I do monthly, bi-monthly, however, whenever they have a meeting. And I think I reported on this before. Heidi Justine, who had been the director for quite some years, has moved on, and Candy Lannon, I don't know how long Candy has been there, but she has appointed the new director for Area Agency on Aging. LA 5K, which is in the next couple weeks, the 19th of June, downtown Lake Ann. And the funds raised for that go to Benzie County Veterans Affairs. That's 5K run is on behalf of Eric Florup, late 30-year-old Marine Corps gentleman that passed away due to exposure to burn pits while stationed abroad. So his parents have got into this. I believe this is going to be the third one. So I will be supporting that. I have for every year, be down there helping volunteers. Bailey Park on my way in this morning, the little park right across from the Honor Plaza, apparently having a trunk or junk or something, trick or treat for whatever. A bunch of cars.
Tuesday, they have a,
Okay, yard sale.
Family or farmer's market.
There you go. So I noticed that if somebody wants to catch that on the way home.
There you go. It ends at 2, so if this meeting may take that long, so I don't know.
We're hoping not.
Trunk or treat, that's what it was called.
Anything else, Bob?
No, thank you.
Any questions for Bob on it regarding his report? If not, Rhonda?
Sure. I've had a few meetings. I had agenda review, the Point Betsy Lighthouse meeting that's already been touched on. I attended the Village of Benzonia. They accepted a letter of resignation from one of their board members, and per their policy, they'll be advertising for that and they'll put it on their website to see if any applications are received. One letter of interest has been received already. Several zoning violations are being acted on by their zoning administrator. The village was invited to join a suit by the township to have the delinquent personal property taxes removed by a judge from, I believe, the county rolls. I wish Kelly was still here. So, and this is stemming from the house that had the mold in it that the land bank acquired. There were personal property taxes outstanding on that, and the entities were asked to forgive those, which they did. But that's not the end of the story. There's more action that needs to be taken to get those personal property taxes off the county roll. And apparently, these suits have been done in the past where entities join together to get one sweeping judgment so they can all have their records expunged and these technically removed the correct way. So they had questions about that. Kelly was very helpful in me bringing that to her, and she said she was going to reach out to the village to help them navigate that. The clerk of the village did a really thorough review of their grants, where they're at. She went through every grant they've applied for, what's been awarded, whether there were matching funds and or not, which was an interesting conversation. My next two meetings, Central Wellness Executive Committee and my MAC Health and Human Services meeting, were both about the same thing. I did send FYI to board members regarding the PIHP bid out. It's a big deal. We have 10 regions right now. The proposed system would reduce our state to 3 regions, and the NMRE would not be allowed to bid as the administrative entity for these community mental health services. Essentially, this is an attempt at privatization. Blue Cross Blue Shield will likely bid, Priority Health will likely bid. And if this happens in the direction that the ball is in motion, administration fees, what was quoted, Alan Bolter quoted that the administration fees will go from 2 to 6% up to 15%. And that dollar amount in our state is about 500 million, which would go to the administration entity instead of to services of clients who need them. There's a lot of things that are problematic about this for us as a county. It's the relinquishment of local control. It's our jail services. It's the ability to have say. One of the things that is feared is that the private companies will take the easiest moneymaker cases and put on our community health specialists the hardest, most difficult cases. it's just, really, really, it sounds like it's gonna happen. There's a timeline implemented, and I think the sentiment I'm hearing is that we need to reach out to the people who represent us to say, don't let this happen. It is problematic. So the other meeting I had was the Beulah special meeting at the Mills Community House, where they talked about their sewer system upgrade. It was extremely well attended. I'm gonna say between 130 and 140 people in the Mills Community House. They had their engineers there. They had their financial folks from Bedzinski. And the bottom line was essentially that the administrative consent order has been issued. The upgrade needs to be done. The cost at the end of this could go on 3 spots on the water bill. Per gallons used, there were 3 of them, but one was a debt service line. And the financial people are recommending that it go on this line to pay for the bond, because if people know the cost is higher, they're not going to use as much water, then you're not sure you're going to generate the revenue that you need. So this debt service line right now is $15 and some odd cents a quarter. That would go up to $469.59 per quarter. And this is just sewer, not water. It's huge.
It's huge.
It's huge. And so the fingers crossed, light at the end of the tunnel, hopefully, John Roth has made the village president aware that he has put a $5 million earmark in the budget, which hasn't been passed yet. We all know that, to help with this, which would offset a lot. It would still be hard. But that would be helpful. So this is a $12 million project that is what they need to fund after the grants that they have received is 9.1 million for 400 and some odd people. And that's over 40 years. And it was open to questions, and they just went through how they're going to gradually increase rates to cover their bond payment. And they're also going to go to a somewhat tiered system where commercial properties are going to be paying more than residential. And perhaps sometime down the road, once everything's done and the system is in place, they might look at apportioning some of the payment to the taxes. So there was a lot of information, and my hat's off to the village for making sure that they're being transparent and keeping their community informed, because it's not always fun to deliver bad news. And this is a hard message to have to give to the folks. So that's all I have.
Questions for Rhonda?
And what happens when they don't pay?
Somebody asked that. Somebody
That's-
literally asked that question, and they said that is not an option. Andy, what was his name? Andy Campbell from Bedzinski said, the state would file some sort of action to immediately increase rates if the bond payment wasn't being made. It will be paid for by the people who use it.
Was your question regarding
I was
for
referring
individuals?
to individuals and taxes, that you're gonna have to repossess the whole village of Beulah or Benzonia?
I don't know if they even looked at what that looks like.
This-
I mean,
this
I
is
think they're
ridiculous.
trying to process
Yeah.
what they're facing, and like that option hasn't even hit their radar. I mean, Annie served on that board up until just recently, and I don't think anybody's even considering, what if this, it's just kind of like, how do we
Right.
gathering information at this point and sharing, what the situation is.
Scary. Thank you.
I was just wondering, with the village, how did they get to this point to begin with? Was the sewer system look neglected for over years or not looked at? Was it like did something happen? It was a surprise?
Yeah, they did not they didn't uphold their end of the deal as far as the condition of their sewer system. Their Emhoff tanks weren't up to the permitting standards. Basically the criteria the things they needed to do to keep their permits valid weren't being done. And that question was also asked to their engineers, and leadership you know, in the past, nobody sits at that table anymore. They're left with the product of those decisions where the engineers said, we made recommendation after recommendation after that the board did not heed.
Like this could go back as far as 15 years ago or so.
Oh, sure, or further, yeah.
Anybody else? Rhonda, I did have a question and I suppose I'm gonna space it now. No, I won't. The debt coverage that you talked about, that they are gonna increase to $400 and some dollars. Is that per unit or is that per building? I'm thinking as an example, there's 18 apartments on US 31 where Brookside was at. When I owned it, I was being charged a fee on every unit.
My understanding, it's everything, and Annie's nodding, it's each unit. So if you have a commercial entity with apartments upstairs, every metered unit gets that charge.
There was only one meter, but they charged me for every unit up.
And that's by ordinance defined. I've heard some, I think there's discrepancy or, if you're a motel, it's something about being livable space. If there's actually a kitchenette in there, then there's different qualifications, and their zoning administrator has been asked, and I think on that very building, that question.
Hotels and motels were excluded from that.
Right, yeah.
I know that because I also had to deal with this. The only message that I would send back to them is that that's affordable housing right there, even though it's not financed through affordable housing. And they could take 18 units off the market just like that, because that kind of increase, they can't absorb. There's just no way. Just food for thought for them. I'm not involved anymore. Christie?
Sure. So, at the Frankfurt City Council meeting, one thing that was discussed is they seem to be finding bullet holes in their lighthouse. They went to, it was on the news. Somebody approached me about it. What's happening with the lighthouse? And I said, well, I don't know more than you, that somebody seems to be shooting at the lighthouse. There are holes in the lighthouse. And so they went on the news and they're looking for help to figure out what's happening there. I think it was on
paper too, but
it was on the paper. It was in the paper too. Okay. Yeah. So they talked about in the council meeting how they're going to go to the media and see if we can get any information on that. Yeah. So again, that was the big thing on that. I'm going to try and keep it short. One thing, in Crystal Lake Township, they talked about opting out of the designated assessor. Apparently, we've asked them to do that. They've done that. Frankfurt has done that. So Crystal Lake just did that too. And then their blight letters went out, so they're actively working on the blight in their county, in their township. And they are sending out letters, looking to have a conversation and seeing what they can do. So, oh wait. Oh, sorry, I think I already reported on these from the last meeting. I'm sorry. And then Benzie, Leelanau District Health Department. We were able to kind of look at the adjusted budget based on the cuts that they've had. Again, there's a lot of talk about cuts to programs, even, CDC, some of these things that are going to have overall effects even just to the local health departments and the burden that's going to be on healthcare. And one of the board members talked about how we're really going to have to look at healthcare. And unfortunately, it isn't, it is something that's going to have to be more socialized because they're just, we can't allow people to die, right? So we talked about that. But anyway, that was that was the health department. They're looking for advocacy. They've been in talks with our representatives. And we'll see where some of that goes. And that was the health department. With some of you, I was also at the Betsy Valley Trail. We for the ribbon cutting, so that was very nice. Gary, you were there. Art, you were there. Rhonda was there. Katie was there. And so that was good to see. And I also was on the lighthouse talk, and we've discussed that. So that's kind of what I've been doing.
Regarding the health department, last year, the decision was made to hire our own health officer, based on an article in the paper this morning that Northern Health that we used to contract with, they are in serious trouble financially. You guys are gonna be glad that that decision was made, because they're like $9 million in the hole and trying to.
I think that was Northern Lakes.
Oh, that's Northern Lakes. Yeah, that's not.
Oh,
It's not
it's not the same thing.
That's the mental health
Yeah.
region.
Oh, that was mental health. Okay, thank you.
I forgot to add the meetings that I wasn't assigned to. Can I just do that for Tammy's benefit? It was I attended the tax advisory meeting, the land bank meeting, the Water Smart land use meeting, and the Betsy Trail ribbon cutting.
Thank you for doing that, Ron.
I'd point out that if you would give your report to her in writing, she will get that into the minutes.
I don't know.
I'll get it in there.
It's hard to get it in ahead of time. I understand.
She'll take it afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Gary.
Okay, so I went to the workers' comp meeting. The fund is doing well. Could be a good year. Didn't use too much. Anyway, I think it should be better than last year's refund or whatever they call it. Last year we didn't do so well. Is what it is. Parks and Rec on the 16th. On our website should be the new Parks and Rec survey coming out that they want to do for revision of all the goodies there.
Master plan.
Master plan, that's it. Thank you so much. Also went to the trail dedication. Really thought that was good. Tax allocation, I went there too. Joyfield Township, they passed a amendment, a CREO, and they want to do the CREO, the green energy CREO, only in one section, section 33.
I'm sorry, what is that? You said Creole?
Don't ask me to tell
Okay.
you what CREO stands for, but it has something to do with the green energy. I don't know. You know what the acronym is?
I'll look it up for you.
Okay. Anyway, they've done that, but they only left it in one section of the township. And of course, that upset quite a few other folks, so,
Compatible renewable energy ordinance.
which my understanding of that was before that you agreed with the state that the Michigan Public Service Commission not make it any more difficult than what the state. Anyway, that's where they ended up. Plain Township, they appointed 2 new zoning members. As the zoning board dropped a couple of folks. And they're having concerns what they call Samara Woods. On Raymond Road, the folks want to, I think it's a 70-acre parcel and they want to do a condensed version of the housing. Still fall into the 10 or 20-acre minimum. I think it's 10. They would allow all the housing in one area and the rest in a common area, and the rest of the property would be considered part of their investment. I'm not sure exactly where this is going. Got a lot of research to go find out more about this. Interesting. Does have the township folks up in arms. Especially the neighbors that all of a sudden gonna have a subdivision next door and an extremely rural area. What it is.
That's how they all start out, Gary.
Yeah, I know, that's what they don't want to see how they end up. Went to the village of Thompsonville last night. Fire and EMS have combined, they combined basically to be able to get grants together. Couple options that they had to do, and I think that's what they were working on. And the Summerfest is gonna be next Monday night, 6 to 8. But he's interested. And I introduced Dave so they could actually meet the commissioner from District 6. Some of them said, I don't think I remember the last guy at all. So anyway, that's all I've got. Thank you.
Questions for Gary or comments? Tim?
When you say the EMS and fire department merged, as in they're one organization now?
No, still separate. Both entities are separate, but they merged somehow together to be able to get grants together. The way they explained it to me. When I talked to
We're
Mike-
going by phases.
Yeah,
Right now, they are united in name, but financially separate. And then they're slowly gonna work everything together.
just thought it was somehow easier to get grants, even though the grants would be specifically for one entity or the other.
Basically, it gives the fire department the right to use the EMS calls when they put how many calls they do a year on a grant.
So basically fudging the number.
Oh, no. We'll see how they do it.
I understand why they do it. There are some firefighting grants out there that benefit EMS. Thompsonville EMS would be prohibited from applying for them. It makes good sense for them in reality.
I know,
Any other questions, comments for Gary? Dave, I know that you haven't had any direct assignments, but you do have the township meetings that you're probably going to, and
Yeah.
and then you're on the board now for the bus. And do you have a report for us?
Went to the Inland Township meeting last night. They have interviews next week to replace the supervisor. They got their draft report from their audit and are continuing work on their master plan, getting ready to set dates for all their public hearings and stuff like that. Also attended the Thompsonville meeting. And then after that, I was able to go back to the Inland Township meeting because it was still going on. And yeah, they are working through the changes with because right before I left, there was also a trustee that left. And he has already been replaced, but had a trustee running the meeting last night. So a big thing that happened at the Inland Township meeting was quite a few people came in for public comment. Apparently somebody bought a 2.5 acre section in a residential area and turned it into a shooting range. And technically they're within all the rights. So they're just trying to explore how to ensure that's being conducted safely, or if they want to pass an ordinance to, apparently they're shooting within 60 some feet of neighbors. But as of right now, there's no ordinance stopping that, so.
But you had to be 300 feet away.
That's just for hunting.
Oh, jeez.
Yes.
You can shoot.
Oh.
You just can't.
Don't do that to neighbors, but you can't. I have to remember that. The neighbors are gonna be happy to know this.
Glad to hear that.
Anything else, Dave?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I wasn't hunting, that you're just happening to get in front of my shot. I was just shooting.
Tim?
Village of Honor Council meeting last night, the village secretary, Debbie Reed, resigned. That has been planned for a while. The village is advertising the open position for a couple of weeks, plan on making a decision at the next council meeting. Deputy Secretary Jessica Roth will be filling in. They formed a dark skies committee after rescinding their dark skies ordinance. The committee is supposed to be getting the community's feedback and looking at areas that to help reduce light pollution at night. The committee is then supposed to present their findings to the planning commission. They had a phishing attack that compromised their banking information. They've been monitoring their banking information. There's been no adverse transactions. And passwords and things have been changed and accounts information been changed, so they're all set. No harm, but it's kind of scary to think about it. And they're in the process of reviewing their sewer rates, like everybody else. There will probably be an increase, not to the extent of other places. In fact, they're looking at maybe decreasing. They have some ideas that they might be talking about so they could decrease their sewer rate. I do want to talk a little bit further about an issue that Rhonda brought up. Didn't have any official meetings or anything about this. I had some conversations about the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services desire to go out for bid for the they're called the PIHPs, the prepaid inpatient health plans, which are the regions. They're doing it without any legislative oversight. This is being done by the director of Department of Health and Human Services, Hertel. And it's, some believe it's in the direct retaliatory to the CMHs and the regions for not agreeing with the state regards to a lawsuit down in Washington County where the state agreed to settle for $120 million. I don't want to get into the details of that, but if you look at that lawsuit, there's some discrimination issues going on there. You know, it's really hard to believe that the state settled. Reach out to, Rhonda did forward that email. Reach out to your state legislators. This is a huge deal. It could cost, there's some people estimating into the billions of dollars going to the state losing billions of dollars and those funds not going to the clients that actually need the help.
Glad you clarified that. Anything else, Tim?
Seeing how DHHS is kind of doing it on their own, or the executive director, would the state have, the state reps and the state senators have any jurisdiction over this?
So my understanding is the Community Mental Health Association of Michigan actually went to the governor about this, and the governor told the director of the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services to stop. And the director said, no.
That a governmental or governor appointee?
Our governor's term limited out. I think she's not caring about it. That's speculation. I don't know for sure.
Yeah, this seems, I wish you luck. Kind of stuff's hard to navigate.
Bureaucrats in charge.
No.
Katie, don't try that with us. We will put a halt to that.
So part of this is affects a lot of Medicaid stuff. And that's a federal level. Because the state has to have an agreement with the feds. They have all these different waivers to be able to fund community mental health aspects for the Medicaid patients. All those waivers will have to be redone if it's no longer a governmental entity providing those supports if it goes to out for bid. And they're prohibiting the governmental entities, which would be the regions currently, because they're governmental, from actually bidding on this. So basically they're prohibiting the people providing the current services from bidding.
And it could also be a Headley violation. Apparently there are thresholds, baseline thresholds that this privatization could exceed, which would ultimately be a Headley violation, and that's not being discussed at all either. So, and there have been studies done in other states. I think we were provided with 3 where this exact action was taken and it failed miserably. And nobody's even looking at those. I mean, within the last few years, these aren't outdated studies. They're recent attempts at privatization that did not go well.
Brought up Headley violation and it's got me going again anyway. Because if you read Headley, they cannot mandate something to the counties or anywhere else in the state without paying for it. But they get by that every time.
Yeah.
Health department is always the biggest.
There's a lot of little different nuances to what's going on here, a lot. It's very complex. And yeah, I mean, you just forwarded the Community Mental Health Association of Michigan's email, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. There's a lot of detail too going on behind the scenes that it's kind of interesting to hear. I mean, the email that the CEO of Central Wellness sent out about some of the discussions he's having. I mean, that gives some of the nitty-gritty behind what's going on.
Yeah, and I had this is the map out of the 10 regions. This is what they're proposing to do. These would be the 3 regions formed. 1, 2, and this would be our region up here. There.
It wouldn't be difficult to manage it.
No.
Anything else? For my report at the Lake Township meeting, I want to acknowledge that Rebecca Hubers was there, and Rebecca does an impressive job representing our county. I really appreciate it. It's a feel good when I'm behind. I'm at a meeting where we're being represented, Katie, and our folks are professional. That just makes me feel right. For those of you that used a canoe livery drop off at the end of Lake Michigan Drive, floating the Platte, they just upgraded all of that, just did a really nice job. So this summer, when you're going down there, you're gonna find it's a lot easier to get on and off the river.
So does that mean you just put a canoe in there? You took your canoe down there?
Yeah.
Oh, it does.
Actually, I used a tube
Oh,
with a cooler floating behind me.
yeah, there you go.
Just one beer though.
Right.
That was a big one.
Like many of you, I am on the committees for the Association of Counties, on the Finance Committee and General Governance. There's some things that I wanted to highlight for you folks. I know some of you get this information in a different form, but I've talked about in this setting, trying to cap how much land would go off of the tax rolls, whether it be owned by the conservation district. Is that the conservancy or conservation?
Conservancy.
The state or federal land. We have put into our plan this year for the finance platform, a county veto power over new state land acquisitions if the county has more than 40% of its land that's already owned by the state or federal government. What kind of legs that gets is yet to be seen. We also are showing our displeasure in 911 surcharges for funding central dispatch. And we're asking that we can come in and audit those agencies that provide us those fundings. Right now, if you recall from earlier discussions, they're unaudited. I was not the only one that felt that way. Again, all these things may or may not get legs. Laws allowing the local units of government without the vote of the people to restore an operating millage rate to the previous year. As we all know, right now we have to do that. And allowances for more local revenue options within the counties, because we're becoming strained more and more with where does that revenue source come from? With the general government platform, for 3 years, I've been pushing for the MAC to take a position regarding state lawmakers to be held to the same standards with FOIA that we're held to. This year I got them to put it in the plan. It's been highly politically charged. They said, well, we want to stick to county level issues only. And I've convinced them that this is a county level issue and that our government should be held to the same standard that they hold local governments to. So that made it into the plan this year. I do want to comment that Lake Camp Brewery is celebrating their 10th anniversary this year. So feel free to stop in and have a beer and tell them Art sent you. And
Bob said to go home. Been ugly walking to the village the other day.
Bob's name.
Right, go ahead.
Yeah, right. And I'll just remind you, that probably takes no reminding, that in January, when we did the committee assignments, and with your agreement, we discontinued about 13 committees. We did say we'd revisit it in 6 months. So at our first meeting in July, I anticipate that we'll probably take that discussion back up. At that time, Dave, we'll be doing reassignments and we'll get you on board. Okay. That's all I've got. If there's no questions for me, I'd invite Katie to give her a report.
Alrighty. So now that everyone's really tired, I'll be a really long time.
We're good to go, Katie.
So the first item, and it was already touched on here, ribbon cutting ceremony for the Bessie Valley Trail. Great turnout, a lot of community support there. We also had representatives from the Management Council, the Friends, as well as the DNR. Everybody's very proud of that trail. So if you haven't walked it yet, please go on down. Once it finally decides to warm up, we will start walking almost daily, a group of us from the building, or at least me by myself. So if you want to walk with me. Also working on grant management in our office, still for the trail manager or for the trail, there's still some management to go on in the background to get the rest of the refunds for that Spark grant that we were able to receive. Working through also some grant management for Railroad Point. As you know, there's a $300,000 grant there too. So working through those reports, as well as the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority grant we received for True North, still working to close that up specifically. Final reports were submitted to Eagle, and there was quite a few comments made back of tweaks needed. Not tweaks on the county's behalf, but tweaks on the consultant's behalf on the information they've provided to the county to then provide to the state. So still working through that grant there, hoping to close it out pretty soon. As far as budgeting, we're really honing in on the draft budget. As a reminder, you have a special meeting this coming Monday, and we're going to talk about the budget, all the budgets except for Central Dispatch, which we will then have in the June 24th meeting. But we will be talking the budget on Monday, and things are looking pretty good there.
Katie, before you leave that, it starts at 10, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And how long do you think we should block out for that?
So I sent out an email to the department heads this morning asking who would like to speak to the board. As you recall, over the last 3 years, only those who have changes or special requests have presented to you. So as of now, I only have just a couple on my list that'll be here. The sheriff's office specifically, district probate court will be here specifically. So just a couple that will be in front of you, but I did ask the department heads and elected officials if they wanted to then also participate. So I would guess 2-ish hours at a maximum, but because I've said that, it's probably going to be 3 to 4. Well, you know, we always jinx it when we give a timeline.
No, you know what? That's an important subject, but I just had to laugh because you doubled it just that quick. Are we going to be getting any information in advance of Monday's meeting?
So my hope is to get the draft spreadsheets to you by Friday via email, but I'll also print copies for Monday. But if you could tell me today, if you don't want hard copies, that's cool. Otherwise, I know you typically just want it on your computer. Who wants hard copies of the spreadsheets on Monday? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Is there any chance we can get that in advance of Monday, the hard copies? Like Friday afternoon?
I'll try my best.
Well, does anybody want to see it in advance of the meeting? Are you okay?
Well, we'll get it electronically.
You'll get it electronically. You just won't have the paper. I will get it to you electronically by the end of the day Friday.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, I just wouldn't have the paper. I mean, either way, I'm going to have them done Friday afternoon unless I come in over the weekend. So if you wanted to pick them up late Friday, you could have the paper.
Okay. I do not need a hard copy. I just asking for the group.
So six hard copies. Okay, got it. So that's coming on Monday. You want a hard copy too? Okay.
So just Tim and I don't need a hard copy, is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a reminder, we are having our cookout on June 27th. Everyone is welcome on the Board of Commissioners. We will do that in the new parking area there outside of the central dispatch area. Right before that, we will have our training with Cole Stoker and Toski. So once we're done with training, we can go over to the cookout. Tom King's going to be over the grill for me. Kyle will have everything set up for us. And hopefully it'll be a really great turnout like it's been in the past.
Katie, who covers costs for that?
So it's a potluck specifically for all the side dishes, and usually administration and whatever help the board gives me, I go and buy the burgers and brats. So
Give me the look. I don't have any money yet.
I don't have any money either, but I'll go buy it.
Nope.
It's amazing what credit does, right?
Yeah.
You loan me $20 here?
You're gonna have to split it.
It'll be good though. It's a good turnout. Staff really likes it. We'll have a radio, and it'll be a nice hour and a half.
What usually covers stuff? We can talk about it after the meeting.
Okay.
Everybody should kick in.
Okay. Thank you. Not expected, but I'm happy when you do. Volunteer. So we have lots of volunteer opportunities here at the county. I want to encourage folks now that it's summertime. If you want to come help out in the animal shelter and walk the dogs and pet the kitties, and sometimes we get other critters that are furry and not furry, like snakes. But you're welcome to come to the shelter and volunteer. We love our community coming in to volunteer. But then we also have available positions on various boards, the Benzie Transportation Authority, the Health Department, Board of Appeals, Parks and Recreation, and EDC. So if folks are interested in serving on any of those committees, please stop either by our office or visit the website, benzieco.gov. Right on the homepage, there's employment/volunteer opportunities, and there's links right there for those. We do have a current RFP right now for the maintenance barn on this campus. So the brown barn out here that serves mostly Kyle and Ken for maintenance needs. There is an active RFP out there right now to rehab that, not to necessarily build an entire new building, but to rehab it, a new shell, shore up some of the interior boards and such. I know Kyle has already met with a couple of contractors to go through the barn, so looking good on that. Railroad Point, I kind of touched on the grant side of it, but as far as the project itself, that's making its way through the process. The Betsy Valley Trail Management Council gave the green light on a concept that Parks and Rec has put together with their subcommittee. And so once that has gone through the Parks and Rec committee, it'll come to this board for approval to move forward on that project down there at Crystal Lake. And as you know, that's to add accessibility and to do the beach and stuff down there. So that's moving along really great, adding parking and such. Last week, we did have a representative here doing appraisals of all of our county properties for the MMRMA. I really appreciate Rebecca Hubers and Ken Boss and Kyle for showing that gentleman around the county, showing them our properties. The whole idea of that is to ensure that we're covering the amount that we should be for our properties. We don't ask for that. MMRMA does it every few years. They come out and they do an appraisal of all your properties. The gentleman was very nice, and he was making his way around the region. He had been to Leelanau, came to us. He was going to Manistee and Grand Traverse. So he was a busy guy for those few weeks. Station 3 is getting underway. I can tell you that your staff, the paramedics, the EMTs are so excited, so thankful that you approved to move forward with that project. I don't know if you've noticed, they do have a Facebook page. They have a social media coordinator. They put some publicity out there in the community, and everyone's really excited and really thankful for your efforts on that. Recycling. So those sites are starting to get used more and more as folks start coming to Northern Michigan. We do have our seasonal site attendants out there as well as Dave helping out. So just let us know if you have any concerns or issues with any of the sites. We do have 3 individuals checking them throughout the days and the weeks. So just let us know of your feedback. We all know that we're going to have issues with certain ones now that we're here in summer. Hopefully Frankfurt's is a little quieter in feedback from the community than in years past because they're off the water now. But just let us know if you have any issues with any of the recycling sites. I wanted you to be aware that Kelly and I are working through some issues with the Child Care Fund and the state of Michigan. So we had an NA case that was turned over to the state through the courts and
What does NA stand?
neglect and abuse case, and the child was placed in a state ward, a state facility. The state then bills the county for those funds. However, the state wasn't billing Benzie County. They were keeping all of our money. And so Kelly and I were going through the budget and we're like, where's all the payments for the child care fund from the state? Where are these incentive payments? And we hadn't received one since October of last year. We reached out to the state and they said, oh, well, we're keeping them to cover this kid in this place. And we're like, what? And so we're working through that with the state. They're not supposed to be doing that. They're supposed to give us our incentive payment, bill us, and then we cut a check for this child who's in a state facility. So we're working through that a little bit. But when you see the budget on Monday and you see the cash flow and such, child care fund's going to look a little scary because we've received $0 since October, because instead of them billing us for the state ward, they've just been keeping our incentive payments and notified nobody. I went to Carly, I went to Clayton, and they're like, well, we're submitting our paperwork. So working through that communication issue with the state, we've said it time and time and again, there's just a lot of communication barriers that happen. And this is just one more, but I wanted you to know that we're working to address it, and it's going to work out just fine. Just know that when the state says they're doing something for the county's paying for it. It's just at what part in the process are they paying for it? So.
Don't they reimburse about half on that, or is it? more?
Not in these
Okay.
situations, not in neglect and abuse, not in this situation. We don't get any money back for this one. We pay the board. Amy Airforth reached out to me and wanted to offer tours of the facilities to the Board of Commissioners. I guess a few other agencies from around the county have toured the new facilities to see the millage dollars at work. I believe that they offered this to you a couple of years ago, and a few of you took her up on the offer. So I'm putting it out there again today. Is that something the Board of Commissioners would like to try to schedule and do a tour of the Benzie area school facilities or not?
Yes.
Yes. Anybody else want to do? I think Rhonda, you did it last time.
I was a liaison.
Oh,
So
okay.
I did a tour then, but I would do it again.
Okay.
I haven't seen the new bus garage or.
You reach out.
Great. Okay. So let's try to schedule. She said anytime this summer, so we're already basically to July, so maybe mid-July, try to get a date on the calendar for that. Okay. Last week, I attended the grand opening for Beulah Outdoors, downtown Beulah. As you know, the county helps support the opening of that business with CDBG dollars through Venture North. I want to encourage everyone to go down and check out his business. It's a pretty neat shop in there. Super nice family. He already has 6 individuals signed up for his first class that he's going to be holding here in Benzie County. So that was rather exciting. And he's also going to come by, and I'm going to connect him with Karen Korolenko, because he offers free classes for veterans to do diving. And so we're going to connect them as well. The shop, though, is not all about scuba and diving. There's a lot of really cool Beulah and Benzie County merchandise in there. So if you need a shirt or a ball cap or a water bottle that says Beulah or Benzie County, check out their little store. It's really cool in there. Great turnout of community leaders and folks associated with Venture North and such. So that was a really great event last week that I went to for the Billups. We currently we no longer have any work comp claims active right now, so that's rather exciting. So I wanted you to be aware of that since we're not having a study session. I began some very, very preliminary discussions with a few folks about the possibility of regionalizing animal control and animal shelter services. As you know, there's a lot of changes coming down from the state, which dictate shelters. Our shelter is in a spot where we're at a pivotal point of, do we make changes? Do we not pursue a shelter in the future? What do we do? I've also reached out to the Benzie Area Animal Welfare League for their conversation in this whole realm. Grand Traverse County and Leelanau County have been given the "you need to get out" letter from Cherryland, and they're on a time clock to get out of Cherryland. Cherryland is pursuing its own nonprofit ventures, and the counties have to find a new home. And so I've started some very preliminary conversations with the other counties about, is there opportunity for the 3 counties to work together to provide animal shelter and possible control services for the region. So more to come on that. There will be a point where I would ask for board representation to join me, but right now it's just some of that doesn't even make sense conversation is happening in the background. Just a reminder, Thursday's the last day of school for Benzie kids. So there's going to be a lot more kids in the community. So just be careful while you're out there. These kids are riding bikes and roller skating and all the things. So just be cautious and be courteous of the kids that'll be all over town. The lights in the parking lot were adjusted and tipped and moved a little bit. I haven't received any negative feedback, but if there's anybody in the community, I know some of them had reached out to you originally about the lights being a bit bright. They have been tipped and turned and all the things. I haven't heard any additional feedback about there being too much light coming out of our parking lot. So that has been done. But if you hear of anything, please let me know so we can work through that specifically. And finally, I just wanted to note, we do have some job openings up for Benzie County, EMTs and paramedics, 911 dispatchers, and an equalization technician job openings that we do have. So if you know anybody interested in working for this great place, please send them our way so we can get them on their way to maybe being our next stellar employee. Any questions for me?
You want to talk at all about where the taxation board is at?
Sure. So the tax limitation advisory committee has met twice now. We just met last week, I believe it was. And we had given them information overload. We gave them various documents from equalization, which showed millage rates and taxable values and such all over the county for the last so many years. And then we kind of talked about where we're at as a county and the services that we're providing and the services we could provide, as well as maybe where some budgets have, a shortfall. So we talked through a lot of those different things. We talked a bit about central dispatch. We talked about enhancing services. We talked about ideas of manipulating the special millages, and maybe combining some or not. And so the Tax Limitation Advisory Committee was tasked with taking all of that information that we talked about and really digesting it over the next couple of weeks. And then at the next meeting, we're going to sit down and we're going to talk about the ideas as to what it may look like going forward. So every committee member was tasked with coming up with one or two ideas as to what the county's millages could look like, whether that's bundling or not bundling or moving something out of the general fund and putting something else back into the general fund and that sort of things, kind of just this picture of what it could look like going forward. And then at that committee meeting, we're going to talk about all those different ideas and hopefully come to a few that could make sense. So anything from a matter of a public safety millage, which pulls operations out of the general fund, which then frees up general fund dollars, and there's no need to reset that millage. Or you reset that millage and you increase it, but by how much? And what does that do to all these ancillary millages that we do have? So talking through those ideas. Once we get a few that seem to be, plausible ideas, I think the next step is to then go to the public and really ask the community, what do they want to see of these ideas? Do any of them make sense to the community? And really get the community feedback and buy-in as to how they want to see those things look. And then from there, we'll discover next steps. But that's kind of where we're at in that process specifically.
I will say that commissioners need to anticipate you'll be called on to make some of these community visits. It's got to be us that sells whatever product we end up talking about.
Yes.
And I say this a little bit in jest, but whenever I'm talking numbers, I try to stay away from the word manipulating.
Did I say manipulating?
So anyway, good enough. Any other questions or comments for Katie?
Just one, are you guys gonna set up at the thing in honor or Thompsonville?
Who?
Thought you guys used to at the on the 16th, the Summerfest.
Oh, I know the
Is
sheriff's,
going over?
the sheriff's office is typically, they're not here, but the sheriff's office typically brings his 10x10 tent and gives out things at that event, maybe bike helmets or something. So I would anticipate that at least the sheriff's office down there. I know that Corey and Central Dispatch have been trying to get more and more involved in the community events as well. And they've bought, their own 10x10 and such. So they may be down there as well.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Guess I'm just curious, when you start these conversations about regionalization of animal control, were all the entities positive and want to be at the table for that conversation?
So to be quite honest, I jokingly threw it out there and they leached onto it quickly. So I don't want to say jokingly, but I wasn't entirely for real, right? I was just kind of like, what if, grand scheme? And they were like, oh yeah, yeah. So it's more or less, them really wanting it, whereas I want to explore it because I see the writing on the wall for our establishment that we have specifically. But there's been a lot of absolutely, let's have this conversation. Let's talk some more about it from our neighbors.
Animal Welfare League as well.
So they're willing to meet but we haven't sat down yet. But they were willing to at least have a conversation about ways that they could be part of the future of animal control and animal shelters.
Great, thank you.
Good report, Katie. If there's nothing else for Katie, you have the correspondence in your packet, and we'll open up to a last public comment. Seeing none, look for adjournment.
I'd make a motion to adjourn.
Second. At 12:55 or something close to that. All in favor?
Bye.
All right.
Anybody opposed? All right.